1 2 3 1 2 3. Hello, welcome. Allow me to give you a proper hello. Wrong button. That's all right. You guys get to see some of the art I was checking out. No, what's the button? I just switched myself around. Hello, I got a new camera. I'm a little clearer now. My background's a little bit darker than I like it to be. I gotta get some more lights to liven it up back there, but hello, let's do some art. This is what I was sketching most recently, what I've posted to social media. I did a little breakdown of my thought process behind this drawing, some of the technique I used, some of the challenges that I faced. I like to start the beginning of every stream by kind of doing a little introduction to who I am, but also the kind of art that I do here. And now I will sketch live for your pleasure. For your pleasure and my pain. Oh, what's this? Oh. Sorry, weird notifications. God damn it. I just started streaming and I'm already sweating. I think I gotta have some kind of disorder. Because I've been standing up in the spot, rearranging my lights, changing my desk around, cleaning my desk up. I've been doing all kinds of stuff on this desk for the last like 2 hours preparing for this stream. Not an ounce of sweat, not a drop. And this desk is heavy. This is a giant stand-up desk. I'm standing up, by the way. This is a giant stand-up desk, and I'm pushing it around the room. I'm moving. I'm changing all the lights around. I'm putting like a light up in the background there. I'm moving. I'm doing all kinds of stuff. Not a drop. Not a single bead of sweat. I start streaming. I start talking to you guys. I could already feel like, oof, I'm getting flush. I'm getting hot flashes. And you know what the weird thing is? I'm not nervous. Like, I'm not even remotely nervous. Like, I'm not trying to like fill up dead air. You know, dude, let a long pause. Yeah, look, I've been doing this so long, it doesn't faze me at all. Hey, Skip. What's up, Skip? But yeah, no. Maybe it's because I'm drinking coffee. I drink coffee all the time without sweating. Oy vey. Skip. Yo, what's good, Skip Daddy? Okay. So the question for today is, I have a couple of things. Need to let AC up. Dude, it is like 45 degrees out. I do not need an AC. It is perfectly comfortable in here. I don't even think the heat is on. I think it's just, you know what it is? I think it's just all the lights and my PC is like a little sauna. Okay, so here we go. I want to, these are all done. These are all done. I have to finish coloring this, but I don't want to because I'm a giant baby. Done. I'm still debating on whether or not I should color this one. Actually, you know what? One of these days, I'm going to get a better side cam. I'm going to get a goddamn better side cam where I don't have to come in here or edit things all the goddamn time. Every motherfucking time oh man, I'm not supposed to curse from the first few minutes. Oh, well, we're 4 minutes in. That's fine. Every time I start up my stream, there's a bunch of stuff I need to do. Lighting, camera, lighting, music, mic check, all the usual AV stuff, webcam, like make sure everything's going on, making sure the iPad is seen, both not just on the webcam, but actually the feed is going through on the PC itself. So I gotta make sure that the adapter is working. Music for me, music for you. Make sure I'm in the Discord, and then the Discord can hear me. I'm in the Discord. Do the title, get the thumbnail, make a thumbnail. Like, it takes me, honestly, like a good 30 to 40 minutes just to get this ship out of the dock. And I almost always end up fucking something up or something doesn't work. For example, the bot that we used for the dirty commands, like, that's not dirty, but you know what I mean. So like doing a sound effects check, for example, that bot didn't work at all today. I tried to get it to start. I had to re-log in. Restream, which is how I stream to both Twitch and YouTube but simultaneously. Restream's like, you gotta log in again, baby. Your credentials, they ain't working. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? I don't stream for like 5 days. What's up, Whale Rider? What's up, baby? Draw a warrior riding a whale. Like, we're doing like a Captain Ahab Moby Cock kind of scenario. The Great White Hype. I'm doing good, brother. Need to do some sculpting work pretty soon while watching your stream. By all means, anyone who is in earshot of my voice, please feel free to get out all of your drawing utensils, sharpen your pencils, charge your styluses, your style eye. Get ready, man. Get in the zone. I find sometimes the hardest part for me in the day is to actually sit down and grab the device, right? Grab the pen. Sitting down, firing up the app on your pad or getting out a fresh sheet of paper, that is by far, more often than not, the most difficult part of the day. Once I scrape all the rust off, and once, like I said, once the boat is out of the dock and going, once that momentum is happening, it's easy to keep up that momentum. But going from just sitting and being a lump of shit to actually rolling down a hill, it takes some doing. It takes some mental triangulations. All right, so I don't know if I want to color this yet. I don't think I do. I think it holds up as a kind of a. I think it kind of holds up on its own as kind of a manga piece. Maybe I will actually mute the background a little bit. I'm not sure. This I need to finish coloring. Obviously, the bulk of the colors are done, but I want to add some kind of background to it, maybe. And also, I want to add. There's a highlight layer. I want to go through this, and then, of course, depending on what I do in the background, as you all know, the background will heavily influence the atmospheric color that's affecting the piece itself. So that's, again, color work I don't want to do. This I just started coloring. So like we're at the very early stages of coloring. I wasn't going to. I was just going to leave it like this, but I think it needs a little something extra. Yeah, I think it needs just a little something more. And I think that something more is color. Obviously, again, this is round one of coloring. The only color I've added thus far is his eyes, which for anybody who's been playing Elden Ring, you know what those eyes mean. It means he's a lord of the frenzied flame. Also, Skippy, Pinky, Strike Boy. I got a new camera, so I'm going to show off the camera to you guys one more time. Ta-da! Here she is. I'm in focus. I'm out of focus. In. Out. Meow. Meow. No, actually, if I move to the left or right, I pretty much keep in focus. If I move forward and back is when it becomes a headache. Actually, you know what I added? I added a movie filter, a LUT or an LUT. I don't know how you say it. It creates. I wish I could show you guys without everything becoming wonky, but it's a really cool filter. Look what happens when I remove the filter. Ooh, look how washed out. I got two filters on me. So this is the raw image, and this is with a little bit of color correction, and then this is where you apply the LUT. And the LUT that I downloaded is it's Mary Poppins. It's the Mary Poppins LUT. I don't know. I went through a bunch of them. I found a bunch of movie style ones, and some of them were really, really harsh. Some were like so over the top. It was almost distracting. But this one, although it was named Mary Poppins, this one gives me like a kind of a grittier, darker, like Fincher-esque kind of feel. Even though, again, Mary Poppins. I like the blurred background. The background is even more blurred than it was before, because I was finally able to move the camera back. I got a new lens. I got a new camera lens, and it's 35 millimeter instead of what it was, which was, I think, let's see. Here, this is what I was using. This is what I was using before. My favorite color light bulbs are orange. No, dude, orange light is really nice. I actually I've got an orange warm light over here. I'll show you here. Turn off my white light. Well, look how dark that gets. Here, I turn on the warm light. But again, it makes it seems like now it makes me seem sickly almost. Right? Now I'm like, my skin is way yellow. And I've been called a yellow skin enough in my life. There we go. So this is the lens that I was using. Look how big that is, right? And again, the camera is here. Like the camera is boop, boop, boop. The camera's in, I don't know, what's it, like about 3-ish feet from me. Before, when I was using this, the camera had to be over 6 feet away from me in order to be on my face and to get the bokeh effect. So I believe this is, yes, this was a 55 millimeter camera, and on my lens, I've got the Sony A5100, and it's a 1.5, it's 1.5 frame, which means you have to multiply 1.5 to the lens because it's not a full frame lens. So although, so this was like what? What's 55 times 1.5? Anybody? That's 27.5. So that's 70, 80, 82.5, give or take. A really large camera lens is what this was. And heavy as shit. It just wasn't really working out all that I wanted it to. New lens, new me, same old stream. Warm color lights make me feel like I'm in a better mood. White lights make things look bleak and depressing. They do. Actually, generally in most houses, the only 2 rooms that would have, well, give or take, that would have white light, the kind of like luminous, like sunlight, blue to white light. The bathroom and the kitchen are generally the 2 that have the white light, and then sometimes the hallways might have white lights. Generally for any kind of bedroom or other room, your den, your living rooms, yellow, incandescent to like yellowish light, depending on how warm you want the light to be. But yes, home lights generally feel warmer, and they're kind of like they wash things in kind of a yellow orange glow, and they do feel nice. But just on my face, they look, again, you just saw when I turned on the incandescent light, it turned me into an Oompa Loompa, basically. I'm not this pale. Like, this camera is washing me out a little bit. I'm not quite this pale, but, c'est la vie. Elizabeth, the tree Wizabeth. Welcome. I saw your Instagram story earlier with you were grabbing your dogs. You were snatching those fuckers up. That one dog looked heavy as shit. And confused. Quite confused. You missed it. I was just showing everybody the new camera. She is a potato. And then, but with the new camera, check this out. Not the new camera, the new camera lens. It looks different because it's a new lens. Same old camera. I can't afford to get a new camera. Camera's like $300. Also, I couldn't afford to get the fancy lens. Fancy lens is like, for the best version, like $600. For the standard version, like the Sigma lens that goes with the Sony A5100, so we're talking about at least $300. Maybe you get a little cheaper used. The lens I got was $70. What am I, fucking made of money? I ain't. Anyway, I added a light back there, But what else? Why should I don't think I told anybody this. But why don't you? So I want to move some of those books around. That's just an empty box up there. This yellow box. That's just an empty box that came with the Cyberpunk like exclusive edition that I got because I love Cyberpunk, the video game. Move that around. Put some books up. I want to get plants. I want to have grow lights. I want to have grow lights under each little top there. And then have some bushy, beautiful plants kind of draped down. It's a long-term plan because I haven't made up my mind if I want to grow the plants like I have been or just fucking buy them. Because I'm of two different minds when it comes to plant stuff. So if it's a snake plant, I know how slow those fuckers can grow, so I buy them big when they've been around. If I'm buying a ficus, like a rubber plant, or a fiddly fig, if I'm buying a fiddly fig, I want to buy. Hey, Whale Rider, thank you for the YouTube subscription. Do you love Cyberpunk still? I do. I actually did. It didn't crash on me, and it may have been different. I might be singing a different tune if I had been playing Cyberpunk and I couldn't get through it. I played on my PC, not on console. So if I was playing on a PS4 and it was doing all the game-breaking glitches that afflicted the people who bought the game and like pre-order it and stuff, I would be probably singing a different tune. I'd probably be a little bit more along the line of fuck Cyberpunk. But as of now, no. Here, look, let me show you. You see that? That's a samurai poster that I made. That's a Cyberpunk book, and that's a Cyberpunk statue over there, right at the very top of my bookcase. That's kind of how much of a fucking dork I am when it comes to Cyberpunk stuff. I love it. I love just the genre in general. Like, I've got a bunch of Blade Runner things. I never bothered to even try it. What? Hey, Lugia, like the Pokemon? Like the legendary Pokemon? By the way, I've got a Shundo. I think I've got two. I've got a Hundo Lugia, and I've got a shiny Hundo Lugia. I got a Shundo for anybody who plays Pokemon Go. And I've got an IV96 Shadow Lugia that I got from beating the head Team Rocket boss. All right, I'm taking the flannel off, man. I'm too damn warm. Flannel's off, t-shirts in camera view. Warm colored lights make me feel like I'm in a better mood. Yeah, no, warm colored lights are awesome. Like, super necessary for the homey vibe. I started trading the vines in my kitchen, so they're growing around the top of the wall. Oh, really? Do you have them on like some kind of the fuck is it called? A trestle, or whatever the hell you might call it, one of those things. I have that OG hollow Lugia card that could have been worth more than my house if I wasn't a child when I got it. Oh, did you fuck it up? Was it like you just beat the shit out of it? Oh, you know what else I have to color? I have to color this. I sketched a Marty McFly a while ago, maybe even over a year ago, and I'd always meant to color old Marty, but never got around to it. So actually, I want to move this background slider thing up. Whatever, I'll figure a place for it. No, it has like the tiniest scratches on the hollow, so how much is it worth? if you don't mind my asking. All right, you know what? We're gonna dive in. Get your drawing utensils out. It's doodle time, boys and girls. Boys, girls, and other. Should draw a better version of my profile picture. I'll be honest, I can't even see your profile picture. Alright, we're gonna start off loosey-goosey. We're worried about the composition. We're not looking at this in terms of anything substantial, just where we're going to be putting the pieces. I don't know how you guys like to work, but for me, I like to start big and loose and go from there. Now, back when I started drawing initially, when I was a wee baby artist, just a wee baby, I would go in and I would do the exact opposite. I would like, oh, okay, you know what? I think her eye is here. And then I would just start rendering the shit out of an eyeball. You know, like I would have like, and then like nothing else would fucking like line up, and then things were weird and it was very confusing. I made my life, you know, I definitely made my life much harder than it needed to be, especially when you're first starting out and you're still like a little bit you're a little hazy when it comes to anatomy and perspective and proportions and knowing where all the various parts go without any kind of reference. To jump in and just start rendering one small little piece, it could screw you up. It could throw you off your game. Or at least I know it did for me. Can't speak for everyone. Draw Lugia plus Cyberpunk? That would be freaky. A Lugia that's like got like a metallic wing and like a bionic eyeball. You know, I don't know what Lugia sounds like. Not sure. I'd love to get it graded someday. It could still be worth a few thousand. I've been super happy seeing your art and memes on Insta again. Why, thank you, Elizabeth. It feels good to be back. I'm happy to be posting again. For those of you who are new here and don't know, I took a social media break. I took a social media break for, oh boy, fuck me, man, 2 months. Actually, a few days over 2 months. Just, I had a reset, man. Oh, matter of fact, in that 2 months, I completely nuked my Instagram account. I had an Instagram account that was, I think I had over 20,000 people following me. And I just burned that son of a bitch to the ground. Started fresh. And then now, it was actually rather freeing. Because now I'm able to curate exactly what I want on there. And then keep track of it. And then I want to keep it up. Like the curation of the art. So as I get better, ideally, as I get better, as my tastes change and skills progress, you know, remove some stuff, swap out some things, add new things, etc., etc. Which is fair and healthy. But yes, it does feel good to be back. I'm posting some memes, but not nearly as many as I was before. Just if the mood hits me and I've got a meme on my phone, I'll do it before. Unfortunately, what was kind of burning me out was that I felt this weird compulsion almost to post memes all the time. Because I know that people had started to expect memes to be posted on my page. And when I wouldn't, I would actually get messages from people like, hey, what's up? Where are my memes at, baby? I was like, oh man, I've become the meme man. So fucking no more of that. Sometimes I feel difficult to draw a person in perspective. Can you give me some tips? Sure. Biggest tip I could give is if you're drawing a person in perspective and you're having a rough time, make sure that you're drawing out your perspective lines. You know, make sure you're drawing out your grid. Let me give you, for example. Here, I'm just going to make a perspective grid off the top of my goddamn head. Here you go, baby. We're doing a 1 point perspective on the horizon. Easy peasy. This is as far as perspectives go, this is like lesson numero uno. That was more walkie. So, you know, imagine this is a fucking city street or something. You should listen. Use your damn imagination. So, you know, we got, pretend these are buildings and shit. Like I said, use your fucking imagination. You have to figure out exactly if this is a sidewalk and maybe this is a mailbox. Maybe the sidewalk will be a little bit longer. So maybe this is a damn mailbox, and then once you've referenced an item from reality, then you can kind of start sketching what other things might be. If this is a storefront, then maybe the door is thereabouts. But here's the thing. Let's just pretend this works, right? You know, this is a very high door, so maybe it's like 7 foot tall door to a shop. Maybe the entrance is there. Hey, pay. So maybe we got some windows up here, yada yada yada. Figure out what the size of everything is. But when it comes to a person in this perspective that you're doing, now that you've got a couple of markers, we'll say, to how big a door is, how big a window is, a little mailbox might be, or maybe this is one of those little news things where they got a little like shitty local news that you could take for free to throw out. Actually, the sidewalk is pretty tiny. Anyway, if you're looking to put a person in here, you gotta use a general rule of thumb for their height. Let's switch the color up. So if you know this is a very tall door, that's the door handle, these are these little mailboxes, so you know a person's height is probably gonna be in this general area here. So from there you could just sketch some schmuck. In a trench coat. And why are they wearing a trench coat? Because they're naked underneath. And what are they going to do? They're going to walk right in here. And they're going to pull their dick out at somebody. They're also wearing a top, like a little fedora too. Got to protect their identity. stupid. Anyway, this person looks very dumb, and the proportions are all off. The proportions are all off and wonky. But you catch my drift, right? You have to measure things out to what you think they're going to be in your world. It actually almost looks like they're looking at the camera. I've been caught. They caught me. Professional pervert. Yeah, so like let's say your person is this tall. Maybe they actually might be a little bit smaller. Here, the glory. Yeah, that actually seems a little bit better. The beauty of digital is the ability to do some dumb shit like this, be able to resize things. Anyway, now that you know how tall this person is, you'll know that if you're drawing the same person further on down, you're obviously not going to make them this big unless they look like a goddamn giant. So you shrink them down. You use the same line for height that we have here, and then you use the same line for height that we've got down there, and then you'll see that way further down, if this dude was walking down the street way further down the road, that's how they would appear. But it's all a grid, you know. So if they're that far back, that's where they are, and etc. etc. If they're much closer to the camera, you know, as he gets closer to the camera, the larger he is, and so on and so forth, until, you know, if he's like right up in the camera and he's about to flash you, he's boom, look at him, look at his dirty ass, all up in your face, licking his lips, hand down his pants, and so on and so forth, right? So like that's what I mean if you're looking to draw somebody in perspective, and this goes for anything, by the way. Even if you're drawing somebody, we'll make a new perspective grid. Even if you're drawing somebody and they're not just on a street, but let's say they are falling or something. Well, this is going to be a lot harder. This is a little advanced for any of you art nerds out there. So hold on to your genitals. Here we go. You see? Can you see the kind of cube that I'm building here? Or cube. A cube implies that it's like perfectly, but this is far from that. So here we go. Super loose, but essentially some guidelines for you. So you're like, what the hell is this? Well, honestly, it's whatever you need it to be. It's a guide for your ass. So now we're gonna draw. Now we're gonna have the pleasure of drawing our favorite pervert. Except this time, our camera angle is this. We're gonna put his body in this. And you can put the head down here, but I'm gonna actually prefer to put the head up here. Here we go. We're looking at him. So his body is going to adhere to this. Think about him in 3 dimensions. His arm is going to be down here. Maybe his other arm is up here. This will be his hand, his first hand. Second hand down here. These would be where his genitals are, but we're gonna leave that be for now. So he's gonna be bent down there. Here we go. Leg number 1 and 2. Do some foreshortening, and then down to the foot here. La 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 la. Foot there. You see, now again, this looks wonky and weird. You're gonna have to fix this up. But you see, all how these cubes all kind of fall in line with this dude. So you see, if the cubes were equidistant, larger as they get closer to the camera, smaller as they pull away, you use that to guide you when you're doodling a person in perspective. And like I said, this is quick and dirty and loosey-goosey, and it looks like butthole. You got to come in here. You got to fine tweak it. You got to make sure you get everything down. You got to make sure you get the proportions right as best you can. Again, it's foreshortening. It's not going to be easy. But if you want to draw somebody in perspective, this is the kind of crap you're gonna have to deal with if you want to draw a person like this. Look at this fedora pervert, man. He can't wait to show you his balls. Can't wait. It's counting down the minutes. Anyway, at the very least, it's a very rough summation of a body in perspective. And you know, hell, if you're so inclined, and if you're looking for a little hand, and you're on Procreate, you can use the distort here. See this distort in the select tool, distort. You'll pull up the grid, and a little trick that you might pick up is to actually pull that corner down, and it'll kind of help you out. You know, you could use this to maybe tweak some stuff that you got wrong, or maybe you want to even some things out, etc., etc. It looks like Freddy Krueger. That's what it looks like I'm drawing. Anyway, and as always, you always want to flip things on the horizon. Make sure that it reads in its mirrored form. Make sure that it reads as symmetrical as it should. Again, this is a bad example because this artwork looks like shit because I just pulled it out of my head to give you a lesson. But yes, and I hope you've been writing this down, because this concludes your free lesson of art from yours truly. Now back to what I was doing, which was, I actually forgot. Hey Gers, what's up? What's up, Rogers? You know, I watched No Way Home for the second time yesterday. And I hadn't actually seen No Way Home since I watched it in the theater for the first time. And the second time watching it, I still thought it was great. Still think it holds up. I still think it's an excellent Spider-Man film, one of the best. Oh, Lugia, you're welcome very much. Well, here's the best thing about YouTube is I think, Lugia, I think there's a way for you to actually clip what I told you. And if not, you could timestamp it, save it, and just come back to when I was talking about drawing in perspective. Same goes for anybody watching. It now shall exist, unless I get banned or delete my channel. It should exist, or YouTube goes under. It should exist for a very, 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 very long time. It might even exist long after I'm gone. Isn't that crazy? You guys ever think about that? Like, you guys ever think about your digital footprint outliving you? I saw some metaverse style company was going to implement a like metaverse style copy of you. So as you exist on this platform, it will record your voice, record like your chats and all that, your musical taste, and then yeah, keep that in perpetuity, baby. Yeah, so like a weird like amalgam of all the stuff that you had done in this time. would just exist on there. Kind of like an echo of you. Isn't that freaky? Girls, you haven't seen I'd hate a fake ass robot pretending to be me. I'd be raging as a spirit. That's not me. I don't. Well, you know what the weird thing is? You know, as people, I am a firm believer that people can change. Now, what the catalyst for change is, I think depends on the person. Some people don't need much. Other people, they need to basically like lose everything or have a life or death situation happen before they're able to nudge. But I do firmly believe that people can change. So the thing about like an algorithm that's fake you, there wouldn't be any change. And even if there were, it'd be the algorithm changing, not you. So even if the algorithm like evolved over time, at best it would be a mirror of you at this one part in your life. At worst, it wouldn't be you at all. It'd be like an imposter, a fake, a fraud, a simulacrum. Alexa, what does simulacrum mean?
Simulacrum is usually defined as a slight, unreal, or superficial likeness or semblance. For more, ask me to give you more definitions for simulacrum.
Thank you.
You're very, very, also very welcome.
I love it when she sings to me. I love it when my bitches sing me tunes. So yes, all right, I've been pronouncing it wrong. How does she say simulacrum? A simulacrum. Wait, so Liz, are you still here? Have you actually been checking out? Have you been checking out the videos I've been making? For those of you who don't know, after I took 2 months off social media, I've been back. I've been posting 1 to 2 videos a day, either on Instagram or TikTok, YouTube, or both, all three. And it's been fun. It's been fun making videos again. I forget how there's a certain catharsis to making. There's a certain catharsis to making just quick little video snippets talking about my process, talking about my thoughts behind certain pieces that I've done, even fan art, even talking about fan art that I've enjoyed making, the reason why I like the character, or how I try to capture their essence. You have a new Insta account? I do, baby. I think have you just been seeing them on YouTube? Let me see if this link still works. That should do the trick. Oh, speaking of social media, have you guys heard? Have you guys heard about Elon Musk? And what are your thoughts? Again, if you aren't aware. Elon Musk, the bid went through. The board members agreed. Elon Musk is now the official owner, I suppose, of Twitter. Twitter is now his company. I had heard that he's going to assemble a board of his own. He's going, obviously, the board members currently are not going to continue in their current roles. He's going to assemble a board and this board that he assembles will be working for free. Elon Musk opens the multiverse. Elon Musk and the multiverse of madness. And of course, once this happened, there were a good amount of progressive types, progressive talking heads on the platform that swore up and down that they are going to leave Twitter. They're never coming back. They're going to go to another platform by the name of, I don't even know, Macbeth? Maccabee? I don't know. But whenever you hear a progressive like, oh, Donald Trump's elected, I'm moving to Canada, or you hear a fucking repub retard talking about, oh, I'm moving to Getter. Come on, gang, we're all going to Truth Social. Finally, a free speech platform. And then nobody fucking goes. Or the platform's like a fraction of a fraction of a percent of the amount of people that hang out on Twitter. People talk a big goddamn game, and then they fucking do nothing. Just because that's what social media is. Social media is people screaming into a void or into an echo chamber to no one, yelling about a mystical imaginary enemy that they've conjured in their head. So yes, no one's going anywhere. Elon owns Twitter now. And I think some people, whereas on the left, the progressive types are talking about how this is, this is awful and yada, yada, yada. This is fascism or whatever nonsense they're talking about. The free speech types, they're talking like, oh, now that Elon's here, we're basically going to be allowed to say the N-word or whatever the hell we want. It's now a free speech platform. The thing about that is that's never going to happen. In order for Twitter to exist on, on iTunes, in order for Twitter to exist in the whatever store you get your Android crap from, I guess the Google store, you have to adhere to Google and Apple's rules. It's the reason why I think it's either Getter or Truth Social or one of those hardcore right-wing social media platforms. One of the reasons why you can't get them on iTunes or in the Apple Store is because they don't adhere to the rules that Apple has put forth. The end of democracy, where we have to hear dissenting opinions. Yeah. I am very curious to see where this all goes, though. Like, will we see the Orange Man return to the Twitter platform? Hey, Maddie's here. Maddie Cakes. What's up, Big Matt? Matt, we're talking about Elon Musk's Twitter buyout. I haven't been on the platform. Again, I don't care who runs it. I still don't like it. I still don't like the platform. It's got nothing to do with my take of free speech or any of that. It just seems to me like Twitter is a place where people go to yell at one another. To either yell at one another or to confirm their pre-existing opinions on, well, any goddamn thing. Sounds good, buddy. Tell the wife I said hello. Trump said he won't return. I hate Twitter, I don't care. Well, Trump said he won't return, but first off, I don't believe a thing that dude says. I don't believe a single thing that dude says. But also, the alleged Trump social media platform, what the hell is it called? Truth Social is, I believe, the one people were talking about. Apparently, he doesn't even bother to tweet on there. Or, you know, truth on there, or whatever you might call it. The algorithm is going to be open source. I did hear that Elon Musk said he does want the algorithm to be open source. And I believe him. And well, since it's now a privately owned company under his control, since he bought all the shares and they are his now, I'm curious. I'm really curious to see what because he's nuts, man. Like he's nutty. What he may or may not be able to do on there. Very curious. Very curious as to where he's going to go next. He's getting rid of the bots. Are bots bad on Twitter? Again, I don't use the platform. I don't like it. I dislike it slightly less now than before, but not by much. Don't you need a bot to verify? I am not a bot. What? I think it's great and all. He's buying it. I don't think I'll use it more because of it though. Bots inflate opinions falsely. The edit button is still in progress, but the other top three are big ones. Oh, the algorithm, open source, humans will be verified, and he's getting rid of the bots. I like the idea of him getting rid of verification being some fucking thing that, honestly, man, that people with really shitty opinions on Twitter have been able to laud over people. As if the idea of this fucking little check mark next to your name means any fucking thing at all. Because you know what? There are so many people who who either are people who commentate on things or creatives with millions of followers who Twitter refused to verify with even with credentials and news articles written about them. And it's more often than not generally because they don't have the same political beliefs of the people who ran Twitter. Like it's like it was that kind of shit that permeated the platform. It always seemed like there was a definitive bias at the company, and that bias was just baked into the company's DNA. Like from the top down. Like there was a lean to the platform, and it was very obvious where that socio-political ideological lean was. Bots inflate opinions falsely. Right. And there's that. Now, the one thing that Elon can't fix, the one thing that Elon can't fix is just the relationship that people have with each other on the platform. The miserable relationship that people have with each other on the platform and with the platform itself. And there's no amount of memeing or free speeching or any of that crap that Musk can do that I think will alleviate that, which is my personal biggest problem with it. Because as we talked about, there were a lot of problems with the platform, but my biggest one wasn't even the ideological bend. It wasn't a small one, but it wasn't my biggest problem. My biggest problem was the people that use that platform the most. Just the fucking hate and hostility and just anger towards their fellow men and women. And God forbid you had a opinion that wasn't the opinion held by members of certain political parties primarily. That was it, baby. Somebody cancel this person. He has said that he enjoys the war aspect of it, but if he makes it open source, I don't think he's going to change humans. No. No, he won't. Are we talking about Elon buying Twitter? We are, baby. How about living in a metaverse? Hey, come on, gang. Let's go live in the metaverse. Let's go. Wait, Yogi, what's your take on the Elon Musk buy? I think it's a good thing, by the way. And I'm no Musk simp. Start a new life in the metaverse. Hey, do you guys honestly think that with Musk's purchase of Twitter, this will have any effect on cancel culture? Do you think people are going to go after each other? Because I don't think it's going to change shit. I mean, it might change who does or doesn't get banned off the platform for what. But I think at the end of the day, people are still going to go after each other. Those vicious little fucks. Man, do you know... man, the amount of self-restraint that I have to utilize whenever I'm on Twitter to not engage. It's so much, dude. just about, maybe not every time, but every other time I get on the damn platform, people are shouting about something. Take this weekend, for example. This weekend, I'm on Twitter. I like and have been playing Elden Ring. That's been my jam. So Twitter shows me Elden Ring takes and clips, and for the most part, it was pretty dope. However, there was this one dev, something Rocks. God, I forget their name. Fox Rocks. Who gives a shit, right? They were just tearing Elden Ring apart, and I was like, all right, wait, like, what are these? It's like, and as a game, as a game developer, this is what's wrong with the UI, and this, and then, so I'm reading this diatribe, and sure enough, like third tweet down out of like a 20 tweet thread, which I did not finish. It goes, and then think about the neurodivergent people that won't be able to tell that the first kind of big bad that you fight is the tree sentinel, for those of you who've been playing Elden Ring. And her take was, when you see a NPC with beautiful golden armor, when you see an NPC with beautiful golden armor, you're to assume that they are friendly. And it was at that moment I was like, oh, you're fucking stupid. You may have developed all kinds of games, but your thought process is warped. Your thought process is mangled. One of the most compelling parts of Elden Ring is it kind of turning classic fantasy on its head. The idea that a knight, a tree sentinel, a beautiful golden armored clad knight, as beautiful as anything you'd ever seen in fantasy, would, upon seeing you, pound the living shit out of you mercilessly, relentlessly, and that's your intro to the game, more or less. Don't you see, stupid, the precedent that they're doing, the subversion of expectations, but like in a great way, in an excellent way. Like, just because you took a few college courses on how game dev should be, well, it should be like this because of the neurodivergent, her other point was, she had a very linear thought process on how, again, the design of the game should go. So her point for the neurodivergent people were like, it's going to be very hard for neurodivergent people to skip that boss and have to come back later and do the game out of order. It's like, well, so you know what, that's maybe that's their fucking problem. You can't please everyone. The game, as I've said countless times at this point, isn't for everyone. But just to circle back to Twitter in general, these are the kind of hot takes that you see. Just people talking out of their ass, pretending like they know what the fuck they're talking about or what they mean. Argue, and then again proceeding to argue with everyone who disagrees with them. And then there's name calling, and then some people always almost take it too far, and then other times people get doxxed. Let's see. NFTs. What's up, bootlegged? What are you talking about NFTs for, baby? Yogi says, I'm keen, from what I can see, the people in charge of Twitter were cultivating a bad environment for both users and investors. Agreed, friend. It's still a platform for keyboard warriors, won't change. Well, here's the one thing that Elon Musk said. When he said humans will be verified and bots will be stopped, I wonder if that means that Elon Musk is going to make it so that you need to be verified on Twitter, not to post necessarily, but to not be a boss, like a bot, considered a bot or a potential bot. Like, I wonder what Elon Musk intends to do as far as Twitter's anonymity. Because there has been, in the past, people who have championed the idea of removing anonymity for certain individuals, kind of like how it is on Facebook, for the most part. Right? If I, Michael D. Nicola, and my Facebook account, whatever the fuck my Facebook account is, probably Michael Samuel D. Nicola, if I say something on there, like I am getting behind it. Like I'm not just a empty account, some spam account made to just shout at somebody. I believe in my convictions strongly enough to put my face and name behind them. There have been people who've, their thought process has been, this should be the norm, and it would stop a lot of dickheads on Twitter and just social media at large from being dickheads on social media at large. If you knew that writing a post or doxing someone or just being a general piece of shit on the internet, if you knew that that could be traced back to you specifically, if you knew that there might be repercussions for wrongdoing or just being a dickhead, that you'd stop, right? I honestly think Musk purchasing Twitter will impact cancel culture a lot. Really, Yogi? Tell me. The way cancel culture works is by making social pressure and isolating individuals. Banning perspectives from platforms is what created the perception that people do not share an otherwise common viewpoint. What's up, Chonko? I left Twitter last week. Mental health back. Well, hey. Yeah, Twitter's pretty rough, man. I totally would. Like I said, I took a 2-month social media break, and I never felt better. And I'm not the kind of dude who even uses Twitter. I was using mostly Instagram and TikTok and YouTube, and that was consuming me. Like, that was consuming my time and thoughts, and I was getting too involved. And like I said, that's without me getting into online arguments with people, which I do find very hard to avoid. I mean, I do it. I don't think I've ever gotten in a Twitter argument with anyone. You know, I'm curious. Has anybody in the chat ever got into an argument with a stranger online? Oh, by the way, I do it also with YouTube. With YouTube, also, whenever I feel the inclination, when I see somebody talking shit on a social media platform, and they're saying some really dumb things, you know, most of the time you're at least for me, my thoughts are, oh my god, I gotta say something, man. This person is so fucking stupid.
Why is everyone so fucking stupid?
But I've always managed to push that feeling down. I've always been able to kind of take a breath, calm down, chill the fuck out. Relax, and then eventually go on about my day. But, you know, normal, without, you know, I shirk the bad vibes off and go on about my business without being consumed by it. This is why I try to converse cordially on the internet, avoid any sort of pissing matches. I try to avoid cursing online, whereas I have a filthy mouth. I curse, but actually, I'll be honest, I don't curse generally. I don't generally curse on social media unless it's actually my voice. Like here. Like when I'm chatting with y'all, I curse like a damn sailor. But when I'm posting, my art on stuff on Instagram, I'm not like, "Hey, you motherfucker, check out some of my goddamn art, you piece of shit." I usually tone it down, way down, way down. Yeah, I think that's different when you type something out on a post. Avoid it here. I also don't like making statements. Because of all this cancel culture in general over the last few years, I don't like making, you know, these catch-all statements. Like that's the first way to getting in trouble. Say something, present it like cold hard facts. I did see the Discord alert. Was there a Discord alert? No Discord alert. What? Oh, you know what? My bot wasn't working. So actually I had to sign in again to via Streamlabs. I had to sign back into my Twitch and whatever. Cause the bot was like, yeah, no, you need to fucking re-up your credentials, baby. We don't believe you are who you say you are. Put your password in. Enter that 2FA again. It was actually a pain in the ass because I was just about ready to stream. And then I got that notification. And I thought, well, this is complete shit. This is horse shit. Oh, 2 Oak, new camera, baby. Check it out. Oh, that's the photo I'm using for reference, by the way. Here, let me show you. I keep hitting the wrong button, but let's use this as a learning lesson. Here, check this out. So this is the camera. This is the photo I saw on the internet, and this is what I've decided to draw. Ta-da! You see? Do you see the? Do you see? Here, all right. So this is what I'm doodling, and this is the. Oh, and yeah, I meant to say. Not a new camera, friend. This is the same old camera, the Sony A5100. But what's new is the lens. Got a new lens. Things are crisp. Things are clearer. I might appear a little bit different.
I'm so excited.
The old lens had a kind of a incandescent look to it. Let me show you. See that yellow? Do you see the yellow? It's kind of hard. It's actually hard to see the yellow on this one, on this camera, but you see how the lights are all tinted yellow. This is an old. Now this is an old. This camera. I think it's from Japan, but it's from the 50s or 60s. Like this is a very, very, very old lens that I found on eBay for like $10. Like it was ridiculously cheap. The new lens I got is, let me show you the box. I obviously can't show you the lens because the lens is being used right now. For those of you who don't know, well, when it comes to Twitch, YouTube, whatever live videos, even vloggers, for the Sony a5100 that I'm using right now, it's the most affordable. It's kind of like this microphone, right? The Shure SM7B is the like entry level to like semi-pro audio. So like if you're starting a podcast or like a live streaming channel, and you're like, what's the microphone I should get for my podcast? 90% of the time, the articles you read are gonna be like, get a Shure SM7B, because it's excellent. It's like for like the $300 or $400 it costs, or $400 or $500 it costs, you get so much bang for your buck, and it's like super entry level, but like professional entry level. The Sony a5100 for many years now has been the entry level semi-professional digital camera that everybody uses, but it is actually cheaper than the best lenses that people use. So the lens that most people use is like a Sigma 35 millimeter lens, or 30 or 35 millimeter lens at an f-stop of 1.4, which costs, and also or this, sometimes it's the 16 millimeter, and I think one of those is maybe like closer to $600, and the other is closer to $370 to $400. So again, so the microphone actually costs more, generally costs as much or more than the camera itself. I bought this camera for about $300. So I wasn't, and I don't have that money. I'm not like some streamer with like 2,000 viewers where I'm like, yeah, a $400 lens, $600 lens? Yeah, sure. Who gives a shit? I do. I found this lens though. Check this out. Yoing. I found this lens for the Sony E mount that I have. Anybody want to guess how much? I'll just tell you. $50, dude. f1.7, 35 mil. Get out of here, box. And yes, now all is well. So yeah, the lens is really sharp, and I was able to push my desk up against the wall, whereas before I had the desk about 2 to 3 feet away from the wall because I was using this lens. For any of you photography nerds, this is a 55 millimeter lens. My camera frame is 1.5, so I did the math earlier. So it turned this into like an 80 millimeter lens, which meant that the camera had to be really far away from me, over 6 feet away from me, in order to capture me and the background in frame. Now I could just grab the camera. Now I could grab the camera and just twist it like it's like less than 3 feet away from me, which is perfect. I thought about getting a 16 millimeter f1.4 or 1.7, but I thought that might be overkill. And I think this is pretty good, right? I don't know. Like I said, I do want to add. Oh, the shield is still there. I do want to add some lights to the background. I want to get more lights like that one, just to kind of give it a little bit more oomph. But yeah. I miss talking about internet pissing matches. I see how different, but I see it the proper way to use a reference. Yeah, no, I like yeah, I'll show you again one more time. That's the reference, and the reference I'm not even really truly sticking to. I'm actually changing her expression. I'm changing her expression a little bit. I'm changing her eye shape, but it just I might use her fingers for reference, or I might just wing it. But I don't like sticking to reference so hard. I think referencing is great when you're first starting out as an artist, and you're finding it very hard to nail anatomy or proportions or whatever it might be. When you're struggling like that, it's important for you to learn. For me, though, I've been at this so long, I've got a pretty good handle on that kind of stuff. So I don't generally need to use a reference the majority of the time if I'm drawing something that I've drawn. so often. Like even a simple face like this. Unless I'm trying to capture a likeness. If I'm doing a portrait of a like specific person and I really want to make sure that I'm actually capturing what they look like, then yeah. I'll stick very close to the source material. It's always nice to see how different people use references. I usually have 20 per art for inspiration. 20? What kind of art though? Also, Chonk, you want to drop any of your art? All right, I have to pee. I chugged my coffee. I shall be right back. I shall return. Talk to you in a bit. Yo, what's up, baby? I'm back. What the fuck did I miss? I got some crackers and some ginger ale. Thanks for bringing back the memes. What are you talking about? What memes? On Instagram? The memes never left, baby. Yeah, my tummy's okay. I know crackers and ginger ale are the universal sign that somebody's tummy is not okay. No, actually, my lady's tummy, it's funny they mentioned my lady's tummy has not been okay. Having some indigestion and that kind of stuff. So. What'd Chancho say? Wants to know if they could post a link to their art in chat. You could do both. You can do both. Thank you, Gers. Who like pets? You mean like an animal? Like having a cat around? Like a bat? Sure. I'd say so. Some people want to be left alone. I think I'm the kind of person who wants to be left alone. When I'm not feeling well. I just missed this entire convo thinking y'all left. Oh no. You think it's a Twitch problem? Yeah, I don't like to fuck with other people's mood when I'm not in the vibe. My iPad has the issue, I think. I'm now on my phone. Well, hello, phone. Welcome. I am once again using a manga brush. Using a manga brush to ink this. And this is a brush I started using for my art maybe about a month ago now or so, give or take. And the brush is serving two purposes. Firstly, it's it's laying down some pretty awesome line. But aside from that, this is it's helping me get used to the non-tinkering. For those of you who've been sketching with me for a long time know I am very guilty of tinkering endlessly with my art, drawing and redrawing lines over and over and over again. You know, I've got trouble committing. So what's nice about this brush is I try to treat it more like a pen in real life, where I just kind of let the line lay. Ginger crackers could get you banned on Twitch. Really? What? Why? Anyways, this is my art. Anyone else feel like YouTube Shorts does wonders for viewer retention? Yogi, are you posting lots of YouTube Shorts? I love YouTube Shorts and Twitch. Nothing. I love YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and TikTok videos. Nice colors. Nice colors, Chonch. I literally started drawing about 3 years ago, inspired by Twitch art channels, this one being one of those channels. Oh, thank you, Chonch. It's not that I don't like your art, but that right foot is triggering me like a broken leg, says Banzi. Oh, about Chonch's art?
Hey.
What's up, buddy? How are you?
What are you doing?
I'm attempting to make art. What are you up to?
Same.
What are you working on?
Covers for book 3.
You know, I think I saw in In our group chat, you lay down some of the compositions for the covers.
What do you call it? The inks for it now, quote unquote inks. Do you feel uncomfortable about that, Mike?
What? What part?
Like when you ink something and it's done digitally, do you call it ink?
No, I still call it ink.
Do you say inking?
Yeah.
Is there a better term for it? Because I feel like it's disingenuous.
Because no ink is on the page.
Correct, because the actual inking process refers to something very specific, right?
Right.
What we're doing is not that, right? In as much as, but then again, it could be argued that is it really painting, or can you say like, is it a qualifier now? Like, how would you put it? Like, oh, we're inking digitally.
Mm-hmm.
In as much as you say, I'm painting digitally, right? Bless you.
Fucking ginger, man. Got right into my sinuses. You ever drink ginger beer or like real ginger ale?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That ginger, it digs like behind your nose, like behind your eyes. It just grabs back there. It grabs your your sinuses. Yeah, from my tonsil up underneath my eyes and nose, was just grabbed by ginger. Ooh.
And that's what caused the reaction.
Mm-hmm. But I like it.
All right, listen, I got one puffy eyelid and I don't know why.
On your body? Or in your drawing?
What? No, on my face. What the fuck?
Were you struck?
I thought it feels like it. It just came on just now as I was talking to my buddy on the phone. I was like, there's a weird
sensation
on my and I went out there to talk to the wife and she's like, what the hell happened to your eyelid?
Oh shit.
I'm like, what happened to my eyelid? It's noticeable, but it's not like puffing out. It's not this, weird body horror levels, right? But
right.
It's noticeable enough for her to be like, the hell happened to your eyelid?
You got the kid screaming. Started calling you Daddy Monster.
Started calling me Quasimodo.
I appreciate the comment. That was me messing with the ink pen on Procreate. Art is a forever learning thing. Me still learning. Sure. Though I feel that digital art is much harder for me. Mad respect to digital art. You know what the funny thing about digital art is? It's not a given. For people who are unfamiliar, one might assume that being good at inking traditionally or being good at painting traditionally, you'd be able to pick up the digital equivalents to those relatively easy, when I find that's for what it's worth, in all their similarities, there is, potentially a steep learning curve between the two.
Yeah, true.
I mean, honestly, I would assume, now I can't speak to painting, clearly, but when it comes to the process of inking, I do find it in many ways easier. Obviously, digitally, there's a lot of convenience that would just be physically impossible to reproduce traditionally. However, there is still technique and nuance in the creation of digital inks that I think for traditional artists, it's going to be something that you're going to have to learn. I mean, when it comes to the very basic fundamentals of what inking is, the two were nearly identical. But when it comes to the high level art, the further you climb up that pyramid, the further away you get from the fundamentals. And the more you deal with a high-end craftsmanship of what makes a excellent traditional inker or digital inker, once you hit that upper echelon, I find as far as technique, in my opinion, the skills that you would learn and implement traditional don't carry over one-to-one digitally. At least that's my take on it.
I don't think you're wrong, bud.
Though I feel that digital
But I
artists...
do agree.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just reading the chat. Go on.
I was gonna say that I do agree there are a lot of things in when you're inking digitally that is born, it bears a ton of convenience,
Oh, yeah.
which I personally appreciate, to be perfectly honest with you.
The convenience of it truly, I mean, the trade-off, right? The trade-off being one is very convenient. The other is, well, more marketable isn't the term. If you're selling your art, having a traditionally made and fully inked piece, especially in comic art, or, well, the arts in general, illustration in general, the resellability, I mean, something else.
It's gonna be weird. I'm gonna travel in a few days, and it's gonna be amazing to show people my puffy eye.
Where are you running to?
Work in Southern California.
Oh man, you haven't stepped foot in that state in quite some time, if I remember correctly. Eager to go back?
Eager is probably not the word, but it must be done. How is it that I can't... Do you know that functionality airdrop?
Yes.
Okay, so for whatever reason, I can airdrop to my desktop, but cannot airdrop out of my desktop. How weird.
That is weird.
I need you to just work.
Airdropping is so damn convenient when you're just
It is.
hopping from iDevice to iDevice.
Yes. 100%.
Because I have a PC, I've had to set up my mega folder has become...
Now what is that? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Right. It's like a Dropbox type, you know. So my mega folder is what I use in lieu of having AirDrop.
Oh, you dummy. Not you, me.
I saw earlier in our group chat, somebody left a shitty comment on John Amore's Instagram page.
That made me laugh.
I just saw it out of the corner of my eye before I started stream. I didn't have a chance to read it.
Yeah, no. So, I think somebody's had. Well, how did they put it? That the Moon Knight fan art that John did.
Yes.
Some guy was diminishing the many likes that it got because he was doing fan art. you know.
Wow.
And he was just basically saying the reason this got so many likes is because this is Moon Knight and blah blah blah, right? And you know, pointing out that John is typically doesn't get this many, and just, you know, stupid sour grapes from irrelevant people.
What a dickhead. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Wholly unnecessary,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Man, you know, it's one thing to have those thoughts. It's another to just take the time to leave that as a comment to somebody publicly.
yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure that guy is living a very happy, pleasant life.
I mean, one of you is getting 14,000 likes. One of you is talking about somebody getting 14,000 likes. Yeah,
Right.
So John wins.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you know, yeah, one of you is creating and getting recognized for their creations. The other one is commenting on that. Hostile messages. Oh, you know what we were talking about earlier? We were talking about the Twitter buyout.
Oh yeah, how is that? Did you finally buy it?
Yep, all spent all. Oh wait, what did Musk buy it for? 54 mil?
No, Bill with a B.
Oh, no, Bill. Or is it 44 Bill?
I thought it was like 48.
I think it was 48 at like, I think it was $54.20 because he had to put that 420 in there as a meme. 44 Bill. Fan art is just artist appreciation of another artist. It's weird to leave a salty comment. But
Yeah, it was a bad salty comment too, basically saying like, why don't you just draw whatever the heck you want instead of drawing fan art? It's like, that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
He drew. Those two things don't have to be independent of each other, you know?
Right. And also, not to mention, you know, we know John, but John spends the vast majority of his time working on his own you know, like working on his own IP.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking asshole. Sean takes like
Yeah, it's just
an hour out of his day to draw Moon Knight for fun. It's like, fan art hack.
yeah.
He's-
I get, you know, he shouldn't have given that guy any sort of just let that slide off your back.
yeah.
You won already, you know.
44 Bill, 54 Bill, 44 Bill. He overpaid. Yeah, I think it was, like I said, I think it was $54.20 a share, and I think it came out to 44 billion. And I understand why the board accepted his terms. How could they not? It's I believe Goldman and Sachs evaluated Twitter at $38 billion. Or no, not 38 billion. $38 a share is what they had said its worth is. What was that, Eric?
I was just gonna say, yeah, he definitely overpaid for it by way of valuation, but not necessarily by way of principle.
Yes, his thought process, I actually understand. Like it or not, if I may summarize his statement, was that whether we agree with it or not, Twitter has become the digital town square. And I don't think you could really argue it. I don't think you could argue that sentiment. They accepted because it was too good to pass up. Twitter's been losing money and has not been profitable. No, it hasn't.
They have a fiduciary responsibility to their stockholders, so
Oh yeah. Well, yeah.
there's no getting away around that.
They would have been. I think they would have been. Had they ignored his bid, I think they would have had some real trouble.
Yes.
He just didn't want that kid tracking his private jet.
What I love most is when the insane comic book pros lost their minds.
Did they?
And went into virtue signal mode.
I actually didn't see that. I'm not on comic
Possibly
books
stay here. I can't continue to use Twitter if blah 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 blah. Okay, cool. Get out. Well, not right now. I'm gonna take a wait and see approach. Oh, okay.
Yo, you know what? I talked about that sentimentality earlier. You know, the same.
In what sense?
The same lunatics who are like, when Trump won, they're gonna be moving to Canada. Right. And then, you know, alternatively, on the other side, when Trump was banned, people were going to leave, and you know, all these alternative platforms were created. Getter, Gab, Truth Social, and none of them do anywhere near the numbers that Twitter did. Only proving that all the people who were talking about, you know, the right-leaning people who said, "Oh, fuck Twitter, forget about Twitter. This platform sucks. No freedom of speech. I'm leaving." And a very, 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 very small fraction of Twitter's audience did go to these sites, but I mean, it is a pittance of a populace compared to what Twitter has. So as always, people talk a big game about how, oh, you know, I'm out of here,
Right.
and they don't fucking do a damn thing. Paying billions to stop a kid would be what a billionaire would do. Elon Musk is trying to be a supervillain.
What's he doing?
I did see that tweet about. Did you see the tweet, the post somebody had made about Elon Musk essentially telling Bill Gates to go fuck himself, in not so many words, but essentially. Somebody leaked a text message exchange between Elon Musk and Bill Gates, and Bill Gates said to text message Elon, asked him if they could collaborate and get together on some kind of philanthropic basis. And Elon Musk said, okay, sure, Bill Gates. Quick question, Bill Gates. Do you still have $500 million invested in shorting Tesla stock? And essentially, I'm not a stock broker. It might surprise you. But when you short a stock, you're betting on its failure.
Correct.
And that had been what Bill Gates had spent, like, you know, $500 million of his money on. Betting against Tesla. So of course Elon asks, hey, you still have that money doing that? And Bill Gates, he didn't lie. He said, you know what, I still do. And Elon Musk said, he didn't say go fuck yourself, but he said, with that being the case, I cannot take your environmental philanthropy seriously if you are actively bidding against my company, which is, you know, the most successful electric car company, and he left it at that. So essentially, go fuck yourself.
It's a very polite fuck you.
Yeah. And somehow that leaked. Elon Musk said he did not leak it, so God knows who did, but there it is. So
it could have been a whole lot worse, right? It could have been, right?
Yoji says, lost hair. Elon Musk got a $50,000 hair implant. Yoji, he's got alopecia. How dare you? How dare you insult a man's medical condition? To be fair, that's a pretty reasonable position for Musk to take against Gates. Oh no, of course. I mean, yeah, I completely tell him I'll go fuck off too. Truth Social is a ripoff. You have to pay, and it's prohibited to say bad things about any scam. Kabong said he got to see the Northman. It was dope. How'd that Skarsgård guy do?
I don't like the Norseman. Overall, it was enjoyable. But if you were to say, "Hey, Eric, should I go see that movie?" I'd be like, "Hold off, Mike. Watch it on your big screen."
There we
Hold
go.
on.
Elon can come and try to slap me. I'll knock his bitch ass out. I don't know, he's pretty big, Yoj. Yeah, that guy works out. Skarsgård was good. Cast was solid. Even Bjork, huh? You know, a guy I know once confessed that he, the entire time for years, throughout the 90s and early 2000s, when Bjork was at her height, he confessed to...
Bjork's.
He confessed to pronouncing her name with a silent J. That's what he thought her name was. He thought that...
How does that sound?
Well, I believe it would sound like Bork.
He did not think that woman's name was
He
Bork.
thought her name was Bork.
Had they never heard of the woman's name's pronunciation on the radio? Or
I
anything?
don't think so. This was a very straight-laced, Midwestern kind of guy. This, wasn't really... He would not be the kind of person who would throw on a Bork album, if you will. Is it weird that people forget Elon is South African? Well, it depends on who you talk to. There's some lunatics who like to lie about him and say that he got his money from blood diamonds and stuff, blood emeralds. But that's not the case at all.
We can only hope that's the case.
Yeah, a lot of people... the funny thing about a guy like Musk, there are a ton of people who are just... they just hate him for no real reason. They just don't like him.
What did he do?
I don't know, man. I honestly don't know.
Why are people so mad?
Now, alternatively,
What does he represent?
there are a ton of people who they love to suck his balls also, which is weird.
That's me. That's me.
Just like unapologetic Elon Musk stance. Like, they treat him like he's the second coming and he's going to save us all. And listen, man, the guy's he's philanthropic. He's a businessman, but between Starlink and Tesla, it does seem like he's trying to change the world, which may or may not be the case. But at least he's doing something, right?
Yes.
But no, I generally don't make it my business to fanboy billionaires, nor make
I do, man.
But I don't go out of my way.
Actually, you're lying. I know you're lying.
Tell me.
You do fanboy, but you like Batman.
Oh yeah, listen, that's true. That's
Right.
true. Old Bruce. Old Brucey Poo.
You're definitely a Batman stan.
Elon Musk isn't self-made, isn't he though? From what I've heard of Elon's background, is that his father did spend money on an emerald mine in South Africa, but it went bellied up and bankrupted them. And Elon and his brother moved to Canada, either in debt or broke, started their own company, And that's how they got money. The first company, not PayPal. I think during the dot-com boom. But to my knowledge, they started out without any of Daddy's money. I could be wrong, but that's my recollection of this story. The rich only want to go to the stars to mine meteors because it has tons of rare minerals. I'm not an Elon fanboy, but he'd be a great person to grab a beer with and just talk about weird shit with. Research done by Business Insider proved that like 98% or so of rich people inherit their money. Kind of makes sense. The rich are funneling money through various trusts and states inside the U.S. to avoid taxes with no intention of paying. Well, this is not to mention taxes, but what was it, a couple of years ago? Eric, do you remember how much money Elon Musk paid in taxes?
$75.
If only. He paid the government to the tune of $11 billion in taxes.
Is that enough, or where do we stand on that?
Well, I mean, according to Twitter lunatics, that's not enough.
That's not enough.
Yeah, because God knows the government.
Gotta be more.
Yeah, God knows the government, I'm sure, put all that money to great use. All 11 billion of it. I'm sure they just did excellent things with it.
We definitely did not put that into the military industrial complex. We did not do any of that.
No, of course not. That didn't go to some contractors somewhere halfway across the world doing fuck all.
Yeah, no. We're smarter than that now, you guys.
Worth 250 billion. But again, he paid 11 billion in taxes. How much is enough, right? How much was he supposed to pay? That's the thing, right? When it comes to guys like Musk, especially, that get under people's skin for some reason, it's never enough, right? He paid 11 billion in taxes, not enough. He donated like 50 million to, like, I don't know, St. Jude's or something. Not enough. He's worth this. It's like, well, how much have you fucking donated to philanthropy, right? How much of your fucking salary?
I've heard well, I'm not him, Mike.
Right.
Clearly. We're not having a conversation about how you're not them. Clearly. I'm sorry I mistook you for a weird looking South African dude. But thank you for setting me straight.
Yeah, like I said, man.
Dummy.
It's just people, too damn weird, man. They've got a boner. They've got a hate boner for that guy. Nothing he does is right. Nothing he could ever do is good enough. So fuck him. At the end of the day,
fuck him.
He's a fucking billionaire and he doesn't give two shits about his trolls. I will say one of the weirdest things is that of all the women he could have picked to father, or to be mother of his children, he went Grimes. I mean, he was banging Amber Heard for a while. Apparently, him and her were having threesomes with ladies. He could have done some eugenic style nonsense. He could have picked like the most prime genetic candidate to carry his seed, right? Some supermodel looking genius.
Okay.
And he went Grimes. I said this the other day, but I wonder if he made her take an IQ test before he let her carry his seed.
You think there's a prerequisite with that dude?
He had to show his taxes because he was being investigated for tax evasion in those days. He wanted to show he's a good boy. 11 billion is 11 days of the Afghan war. Oh boy. The rich used to pay 90%. Well, that's fucking absurd, dude. 90%.
So that's a lot.
It would be one thing if the rich paid 90% of their income. And the fucking receipts added up, Like, here, you're paying 90%. But of that 90%, we're not going to piss away your billions and billions of dollars. You know, you're getting so absurdly wealthy off the backs of the American people. Your taxes go to bettering the entire nation. And here's how. But that's not how it
Roads,
works.
education,
Infrastructure, education,
healthcare. Yeah.
healthcare. Just, you know, dealing with people who are sick, impoverished, the mentally ill,
Yes.
the infirmed, you know, people who need help, right? You know?
Yes, correct.
But that's not what happens.
That's not what happened.
He's Asian adjacent. He was married before. He had a kid with the ex-wife. Was she Asian? I know smarter people than me have said that there are reasons that it wouldn't work, but what's wrong with a flat rate tax? Don't look at me, man. I'm not an economist. I don't have the foggiest idea. Friend. Elon Musk is not as cool as people think he is, or as smart. He's rich though, but then again, that doesn't make anyone smart. I think he's, listen, again, that's the thing, right? He's got such a crazy fan base and an equally, on the other side, erratic amount of detractors, that to his detractors, they make him out to be like he's a fucking moron. Like he's the Forrest Gump of billionaires, which is not the case. The man is very intelligent. Now, obviously, he's not fucking Einstein, but clearly he's an intelligent, capable person. Otherwise, all of his companies, they would have fucking gone belly up by now. So clearly he knows what he's doing. Clearly he's smart and capable enough to run these companies well enough to be the most richest man in the world. He's not fucking Tony Stark. But the other thing is, he's not fucking Tony Stark either. He's not the second coming. He's not our savior. He's a clever, funny.
People saying that he's Tony Stark.
People, well,
Yeah.
his fanboys, you know. Calvin Coolidge lowered it to 40%, and it's been going down ever since. Remember, mentally ill Reagan fucked the U.S. on that. Him and his fucking trickle-down economics. The fact that there are so many loopholes and people who will help them avoid it. Tesla was bailed out by the government. Sure, but I mean, again, the government is bailed out. How many banks? How many corporations? How many farms? This country's run on bailouts, baby. Trickle down has been proven to be a silly notion, yet people still tongue Reagan's ghost balls like he was the greatest leader the world's ever seen. Yeah, no, remember in 08, the automotive industry was going so bad that without government bailouts, they would have completely shit the damn bed. Bezos' Blue Origin might get bailed out by the government because they suck at rockets, which is why I hope a meteor hits. Yoji just wants to hit the hard reset.
Seems like Yoji's done.
Yoji's ready for humanity to check out. Musk was crying when Tesla was tanking. I mean, normal response, right? Government bails rich people. Look how long it took to actually bail students with ridiculous school debts.
What do you think of that, Mike?
School debt or government bailouts?
Yeah, forgiving student debt. No, forgiving student debt.
Well, I mean, there are entire generations of Americans now who are burdened with such ridiculous amounts of student debt that I wouldn't be surprised if nothing changes, some of them might go to their deathbed with that debt albatross around their necks. Now, there's the argument that people make against it is, hey, listen, you were an adult when you got those loans. Nobody forced you to do this. You got this on your own, and if we forgive debt now, what about all the individuals that actually paid their debt off? What about all the responsible Americans who didn't let their loans default? You know what? I don't have a good answer, Eric. I truly don't. I don't have any student debt because I'm a retard. So I went to city schools, and I got
Smart. You smartened up.
I got aid.
That's what I'm hearing.
I got aid, and my parents helped me out. But again, the school was so cheap, city school. I didn't dorm. I didn't do any of that stuff. But I do know a lot. I have a lot of friends that did, like Crease and a bunch of other artists who went to high-end art schools, which doesn't make any goddamn sense to me. To learn what they do, and are financially burdened, very, very much so. The student debt is a moral hazard. Fix the system, because until you fix the system, college will continue to get more and more expensive. And then who gets bailed out next? The educational system got messed up once the government got involved and backed the loans. Higher education will be looked at as an investment in societal well-being. I'm not going full Bernie and saying make it free, but interest-free student loans should be the norm. Well, that's the other thing, right? The debt accrues, and also it is inescapable. So student debt is a rare example of debt that is owed regardless or not of whether you declare bankruptcy. We are not talking about adults all the time starting college. Sometimes there are minors under the 18, which is crazy. I paid community college, so no debt. Saying we shouldn't make things better for people now because other people had to go through worse is a bad argument. Listen, I'm not saying that's how I feel. I'm just saying that's the argument that I've heard. Eric, what's your take?
I don't have a good one. I do not have a good one, man. A lot of these kids got convinced that families, not just kids, families got convinced that that version of higher education was the way to go.
The only way to go.
Put themselves in a compromised position in as far as I always think if I'm gonna borrow money from you, right, I'd better have a general idea of a level of confidence at the very least of whether or not I could pay that money back. This is me, right? This is not saying, hey, everybody should think like this. So if I'm put in a position in which I'm like, oh, this is approximately how much things are going to cost by the time all is said and done, how can I possibly pay that money back? And if the answer is I don't know the answer, then I don't do it. But that's me.
Sure. Hey, GOG, what would happen if that student debt doesn't get paid because people can't afford it? Because to be honest, most Americans, according to the numbers that I've heard, most Americans cannot deal with even an emergency that would cost a few $1,000s would put many Americans in a really bad way. So I'm assuming if the vast majority of those former college students were to default on all those loans, it would probably cause some turmoil.
A nice way of saying that. You mean if they were all to default?
Yes.
Under those? Yeah.
All I hope is that people realize the difference between taking advantage of someone doing good business. People. Some who want to earn more should be given some way out because our lifestyle and comfort are not based on equality. It's built on the backs of cheap and abused labor. What's that, Eric?
What was the point that was made just now? Some people should get more because.
Yoji, explain what you mean, please. Some people who want to learn a trade or skill, something to do more and earn more should be given the opportunity. Do you mean like a free education? For the trades? It's so funny because growing up, nobody except for my parents ever even talked to me about trade schools.
Oh, yeah?
You know, learning to become a plumber or whatever it might be.
Mechanic.
Like mechanic, electrician. What's up? I will beat you within an inch of your life. You know, only my parents were like, what about a trade? You could be an electrician. You could be a steam fitter. Or, you know, my dad was like, or you could work for the city. Great benefits. City. Great healthcare.
They're not wrong, by the way.
No, not at all. My sister was like, yeah, you're right. I'm in. Put a good word in for me, Pa. Because my dad was a lieutenant at the time when my sister joined the NYPD as a traffic officer.
Interesting.
So she went all in. And, you know, my retarded ass is like,
Yeah,
I'm creative.
Dummy. You dumb.
Right? Free education or trade school could be it. College and education is something that can be lowered in cost with tech, but big education refuses to let education get cheaper. I mean, why would they? Right? It's a big business. Why aren't the racketeering laws used on the monopoly college book companies? Trade schools absolutely need to be pushed as a viable alternative to the traditional four-year college experience, but when I was looking at university mid-90s, it was liberal arts college or bust. Listen, when I was looking at college in the aughts, it was the same vibe, man. If you wanted to make something of yourself, you had to go to a four-year college, man. It just wasn't questioned. For the most part. You know, if you want a good job, you got to get that degree, baby.
You're talking like for the future.
Well, I mean, you know, at least that's how it was for me. I don't know. God knows what I mean, I don't fucking know anybody in high school now. I have no idea what the kiddos are growing up hearing in regards to their education.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I watched yesterday? For the second time, I watched Spider-Man No Way Home.
How was it the second time?
You know, the second time gave me better context, I think.
In what sense?
Of where the film lands in the Spider-Man pantheon of films that I've enjoyed.
You enjoyed it less? Or you enjoyed it more?
I enjoyed it slightly less, I think, because you know what, I was very much overwhelmed by this spectacle the first go around. So this time around, seeing it with clearer eyes, I place it at number 2 behind Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 2.
Why is that?
I think it's a combination of nostalgia, but also I think the story, whereas No Way Home, it runs a little bit longer than it should. It seems like they probably could have cut about a half hour down. I feel like the plot is tighter in Spider-Man 2.
Easier to track, for sure, right?
Right. There's a lot going on. And, you know, remember, in No Way Home, spoiler alert to anybody who hasn't watched it, but by the time, you get the Act 1, I mean, I don't know how, man, I don't know how many acts you could break this down into. First section, they present the problem of his identity, which leads to turmoil between his personal life and the consequences being suffered by those who are closest to him, which causes him to go to Doctor Strange, which opens up the multiverse, which then he decides to cure his counterpart's villains, which leads to May dying, and then the three of them getting together. But by the time the three of them get together, you're like 2 hours into the film, you know? It's clear. It's not confusing. It's linear, right? When you break it down. Spider-Man has a problem. He goes to Doctor Strange. Multiverse cracks open. Causes issues. Aunt May dies. He needs help of the Spider-Man to fix these individuals, send them back. It's just very drawn out in places. Like if I had, for example, if I had to watch it again today, I would probably skip to the point where right before Aunt May dies. Like that's where I would start the film.
Right there.
I think, I would think the earlier parts of the film, which lead him to find Doctor Strange and deal with, like, you know, MIT and all that stuff drags.
You'd leave that on the cutting room floor.
I wouldn't cut away completely because there's you know, listen, there's a lot to unpack there, and I think that's a key. It's a key factor for the character of Peter Parker and just the character of Spider-Man overall. To be Spider-Man is to suffer, and that just so happens to mean to be friends with Peter Parker, to be friends with Spider-Man, also can mean you will suffer tangentially or directly because of that relation. So him coming to terms with that, like some of the best parts of the film were him realizing the sacrifices that will have to be made in order for him to be Spider-Man. So again, the 3-movie series from the MCU regarding Spider-Man, it was honestly a 3-part origin story, because in No Way Home, the reason I think it's the best of the 3 and my second favorite Spider-Man film of all time is because you actually get to see some of the founding pillars of what it means to be Spider-Man. The pain it's caused, the sacrifices that are made, and kind of the misery of it. It's the duality of the beauty of his gifts and the weight of the burden. And it was actually a side note for any of you giant Spider-Man nerds out there. It was the first time in live action that we've heard the full, unedited great power, great responsibility line. The majority of the time, you get a very abbreviated version of it. When May dies, one of her dying words is the full quote of the great power, great responsibility. Great power comes exactly. That is the broken, incorrect version of it. That's the version that everyone says, but that's not the actual real thing that was said originally. You might want to look that up, but she says the correct line. For any of you hardcore Spidey nerds.
Go ahead, say it again.
So Lugia says, great power comes great responsibility is essentially the abbreviated version that we got in all the previous Spider-Man movies. It's not the full version, because the full version actually has more grammatically to the sentence, which means, which makes it more poignant. With great power must come great responsibility. It almost seems like the responsibility almost comes with the power. Like you get, it's like a 2-for-1. When really that's about as far from the case as possible. So the original line, the original line goes, with great power must also come great responsibility. So it's that must also come, because as we know, not everybody with great power has great responsibility. So that must also come is really, really, really kind of the fucking crux of it. Now it does get shortened, and the sentiment is there. Like we all know what they mean. But the real line, and I think it's a more powerful line, and I'm really glad that May was able to get that out before her death and in the full version, because I think that full version, although it's a small difference, I think it's a very important difference. Like it really highlights how important how important that responsibility means for Peter Parker. So that was just a thing that I really liked. But even though the final scene of the film, with him writing out a whole loose leaf paper full of notes that he's going to talk to MJ about, to remind them that he is in fact Peter Parker, friend / lover of Mary Jane and Ned. And when he sees how much better their lives are, he's of course he's Ned's lover. When he's about to give this whole spiel and find his friends and the closest thing he has to family, again he sees how much better their lives are without them being a part of Spider-Man's life. He doesn't disrupt their lives, even though as much as I'm sure any of us would want that, he sacrifices those relationships for their own well-being at a great cost to him, because he is truly alone. But he knows it's for the best. So like that in a nutshell, that's Spider-Man.
That speaks to you.
I mean, I think I'd imagine it speak to a lot of people, because that's what sets Spider-Man apart for me. One of the reasons why he's one of my favorite, if not my favorite hero of all time, is that he makes decisions that I don't think I could ever make. I am prone to being greedy and selfish more often than I care to admit. So being sacrificial, you know, having that, and you know, what's heroism without sacrifice, right? At being able to do the right thing not the right thing because it's convenient, but the right thing at great and dire personal cost. Like that's something, man. Spider-Man doesn't have happy endings. That is Spider-Man, yes. So seeing him broke in a shitty rundown apartment without any friends, without any family, with a sewing machine, a shitty cup of coffee, and his homemade suit, and still putting on the suit and getting out there in the fucking freezing cold without Tony Stark, without the Avengers, with no one, but doing it because that's his responsibility. That's Spider-Man. And that's the Spider-Man we finally got. Now, it took 3 movies to get there, but we got him.
I'm not into it. I can't get behind it.
How dare you?
I want him to be happy, Michael.
Marvel did that reboot series where he had his own tech company. Yeah, no, they made him a billionaire. It was dumb. It was really shitty. They gave him like an Iron Man style suit, not the Iron Spider suit, but like an Iron Man like suit. He had like AI in it and stuff. It was lame, but I understand why they mix it up, because again, you got to change things up a little bit. Remember, you know, listen, they turned Captain America into a Nazi for fun for a little bit. That was fun.
Huh? They did?
Briefly. He was Hydra. He wasn't running around with swastikas and stuff, but you know, he was Nazi adjacent for a little bit, and people lost their damn minds. You know, listen, you got to switch things up. It's comic books. I could see why. You got to breathe new life into the character.
Say peacock, nobody bats an eye. You say poopcock, and everybody loses their mind.
John Cho says, I work in a high school. Most kids are not planning on higher education in this generation. Kind of a weird change coming to America, I think, the next 20 years. Marvel did that reboot series. One thing they love more heroes to see a hero fall, die trying in spite of everything you've done for them. Eventually they'll hate you. There is a song by Metallica that comes to mind when I think of Spider-Man. Disposable Heroes. Yeah, the Cap as a Hydra agent went over really well. Yeah, people were pissed. But people were pissed almost as if they fucking forgot how comic books work. As if, you know.
As if that was an irreversible thing.
Right.
People been making comics their whole life. Pretty insane. Same with like Disney. You know? Like the Disney people. You've seen that, right?
Wait, what people?
The Disney people.
What about Disney people?
You know, what do they call them? What's the term? The Disney fanatics who like everything around their life is centered around Disney.
Oh, dude. Somehow I ended up on Disney Talk. Like adult Disney Talk.
Disney adults. That's what it's called.
Disney adults, dude. But like, you know, adult Disney Talk is a strange part of mental illness on TikTok, man.
Mm-hmm.
There are adults who spend a lot of almost all of their free time thinking about getting dressed up as, making costumes as Disney characters to go to Disneyland or Disney World as these characters. And we are talking early, dude. I was watching,
you know, like, I mean, no shame, but like
a little bit of shame.
There's definitely an effect in there.
Again with everything, right? Whether you're a giant fucking weeb and all you read is manga and anime, there are levels to this thing. I love video games and comic books and movies and TV and anime and manga sometimes, but I could still have a normal fucking, like, you could come here and you know, if you were to step in my room, we have a normal conversation. I have other hobbies. I like plants. I tore apart and rebuilt an iPod Classic, an iPod fourth generation classic the other day just to teach myself to see if I could do it. What I'm saying is I have hobbies outside of nerddom, but it seems like these people in any
Which
fandom,
people?
the hardcore radicalized nerddom, and you choose the nerddom. It could be it could be a Funko Pop collector, but their entire lives are Funko Pop, and I've seen them. An apartment or a house full of wall-to-wall Funko Pops who just go crazy for it. There are levels to this thing, and Disney adults on TikTok, the level of their devotion to Disney World, it is cult-like. Is it as cult-like as it is depressing?
Well, there's people who buy. You can buy property on Disney, and there's people out there who buy that. And it's pretty crazy.
How do you mean?
They're like Disney themed houses and shit.
The same people that lost their minds over Cap Hammer in a brief dalliance with Hydra is the same people that complain about Rey being a Mary Sue. Rey is a Mary Sue, though. Now, that's not to say that there aren't men that are Mary Sues. But it's not that Rey's a Mary Sue. She is. It's that Rey's a poorly written, shittily made character. Remember all the stuff that I just told you about Spider-Man that make him Spider-Man? All the suffering and failure and loss and him being Spider-Man because of it, or in spite of it, rather. Those failures are not present in the character of Rey Skywalker whatsoever. She doesn't struggle. There isn't.
She must not struggle.
Right.
The grander point.
Right. So when you
She's
meet a
not
character
allowed
like that, there's no need. Why root for a character that just does it all? You know. Pilot the Millennium Falcon, can do. Use Han Solo's blaster. You got it. Wield a lightsaber and beat a Sith Lord first time out of the bat. Of course. Fix the Millennium Falcon. It's not work. Yeah, of course. Sure, there's nothing Rey Skywalker can't do, baby. Take the
To a
Skywalker
certain
name.
extent, they just kind of shoot her in there, right? Just like, hey, we need a default character that can do whatever the fuck we want, so we can continue this franchise. And they're
Yeah.
like, oh, her.
So call her a Mary Sue or not, the character is just a bad,
Really don't.
uninteresting, boring character.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck, I have to pee again. I knew I shouldn't have chugged that ginger ale. That was making me sneeze. I'll be right back. Very quick, very quick.
What's up, boys?
What's going on?
Playing some Fortnite. What about you?
Just working. Doing a little work. Are you playing Fortnite while you're talking on stream?
Yes.
Holy crap.
My generation is very ADHD.
Oh, dude. I respect, though.
Yeah, I multitask a lot.
Oh, clearly. Again, my admiration.
A large percent of my life has been multitasking, in fact.
Is it because the tasks that you're doing allow for multitasking, Jen?
Is it because of what? Sorry?
Because the things that you're doing allow for multitasking?
It feels like I don't have enough time in the day. So it's like, oh, well, instead of spending my time just doing this one thing, I can do 5 things.
Are you ever finishing anything?
Kind of.
It's a soft no.
I finished a song here and there. I just rapped one actually.
Yeah, I find
So-
that's my issue whenever I'm multitasking, which is it's hard to sort of understand when something is done, right? Like 4 spinning plates. I don't know when I'm like, okay, I think that's as good as that's going to get,
Yeah, right.
right?
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is an aspect of like incompletionism that comes with it. Is that the correct term? Is that the word?
I get what you're going. I get what you're going for.
Incompletion. Oh no, I'm getting run over by Moon Knight.
There's a moon.
Oh
Knight
my
in
god.
game.
What the fuck? Fortnite is such a wild game, dude. It's wacky.
Hey, did they turn off building in that game?
Yeah, they made it a separate game mode.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I probably would not be playing as much if they didn't do that.
Was it frustrating to play that mode?
What's that, Skull?
Was it frustrating?
Yeah,
can you
I
hear me?
mean,
Yeah, we can hear you. Eric.
Oh,
it's like you're trying
Hey,
to
welcome,
fight,
Skullbash.
and then suddenly out of nowhere, some dude builds a hotel, and you're like, well, and then you die.
Yeah.
Kabong
Had that
says,
been an? I thought that was a gameplay component, right? People were into that. No.
It is, but people try hard at it. So I'm like, hey, if there's an option I can have just to like be good at combat, I'll take it.
Yeah, I gotcha.
We talk about Fortnite, Mike.
Kabong says, Captain America doesn't struggle either, and when he does, people bitch about that. What's the difference? I would argue that Captain America does struggle. I mean, if we're talking movies, right, which we were talking about Rey Skywalker, Captain America has suffered. Matter of fact, Captain America's greatest flaw involved Tony Stark, led to the Civil War, and the fallout of that directly led to the unsuccessful attempt to stop Thanos from gaining power.
So
I mean-
let's think about that for a minute. Does Captain America not struggle or suffer?
Yeah, I'd say Civil War, Endgame, even in Winter Soldier. Well, first, him losing Bucky. I mean, that's suffering. Him getting trapped in time. Him in the Winter Soldier having his entire ideals brought to question, involving S.H.I.E.L.D. specifically. Yeah, him being on the lam, running from the people who he was fighting alongside for all these years. I mean, the character has been through his trials and tribulations. Now, I will say, the character's personality isn't flawed, which is different, though, right? Having a character... Captain America is written differently from a character like Iron Man, in that Iron Man has a lot of personal flaws that he needs to overcome in order for him to be the hero that he needs to be. Captain America's always been a hero, but that doesn't mean. But that doesn't mean.
America doesn't have any flaws.
Right. Well, his flaws are different.
Captain America's story isn't about him having flaws.
Right.
Not, at least not in a traditional sense, right? Captain America's quote unquote struggle is the morality that stays consistent, contrasted against the morality that is inconsistent in whatever
Right.
timeline that he's in.
Right.
So that's the struggle, right? He doesn't quite understand if he's making the right choices because of an outdated morality. So it's consistently being put to the test, and especially in a movie like Winter Soldier.
Exactly.
He is imperfect by design.
My favorite comic character is Barry Allen, which is practically a Spider-Man-like character involving the suffering, except he has the power to change the universe, which makes him even more challenged to write. Yeah, the DC pantheon of characters are essentially gods in many ways. Some are actual physical gods, like Wonder Woman, but was practically, or at least in the DCEU of Zeus, I believe. Tough to write a god. Not impossible, but at least for the DC version of goddom. Not to say it can't be done well. It's just tougher. Oh, you guys hear Fantastic Beasts is was blown out of the box office by Sonic the Hedgehog and another cartoon kids movie.
Dude, have you seen Anything Everywhere All at Once?
Heard a lot of good things about that, man.
Yeah, the Michelle Yeoh movie.
It's so fucking good. It is so it's got to be one of my top movies.
Jimpa, who'd you see it with?
Friends.
Were you making out during the movie?
No. Come on, Mike. You know me.
I know, you're respectful. You would never disrespect Michelle Yeoh like that.
Or, yeah, exactly. Not during the movie. Come on. Fuck up. Man, I gotta tell you, I almost cried, bro. Like 3 times.
It's alright. Well, now I'm curious.
Because you saw somebody who looks like you on screen?
Yeah, I'm like, representation.
That's the exact noise he made.
Finally.
But then luckily he was in Los Angeles, so he got a standing ovation.
Yeah.
No, it was really fucking good, though. Very, very cool. Very cool.
Alright, yeah, I want to watch that.
Do so, and let me know what you think. Take the misses and be like, hey, I could be Asian. I'm on screen.
Representation.
Yeah, it's representation.
Did you see it with other Asian people, Jin?
Yeah, Indy. She was Asian.
Yeah, but Indy is dirty mudblood, Jinpai. She's not pure.
Oh my god.
She's not pure of lineage like you.
That's true.
You ever take a DNA test to see how Korean you are?
No.
Oh my god, this is racist.
Yoji took a Korean DNA test and it just said pure with a thumbs up next to it.
Nice.
Yeah, Yoji said none of that
Oh no,
filthy.
was he in here a second ago?
Was who in here?
Skullbash.
He was. Is he still? Skullbash, you still in here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Stupid microphone, man.
You're just hanging out?
Yeah. How you guys doing?
Oh, good.
We're sketching and shooting the shit. I got a new camera, lens. I got a new camera lens.
Oh, you did? Let me pull up your stream.
It's hard to see because my camera's so small. Me and Jin were both born in Korea. Not the best one, but we're still Korean. Jin, when are you gonna go back to Korea?
7.
What?
7. Yeah. I go to Korea relatively often.
When was the last time you went?
Like 3 or 4 years ago.
That's pretty good. And when you're walking around, do people just start talking to you in Korean?
People mostly look at me weird because I'm way taller than like
You are
everybody else.
enormous.
I don't know how.
I wonder if the Korean girls like that.
That's a good question.
Hey, the lens looks crispy. What'd you get?
Yeah, here, let me show you. it's much cleaner. It's clearer and cleaner than it was before. This is the one that I was using, which is this was a 60-year-old Japanese lens.
A 60-year-old Japanese lens?
Yes, this is a. I mean, it's beautiful. It's a Yashica lens. Actually had a yellow tint to it. It had a yellow filter, so it kind of oranged me up a little bit. Now, the camera that I'm using is a Sony A5100. The lens that most live streamers recommend is a Sigma, either the Sigma 16mm or the Sigma 35mm f1.4. But those cost anywhere from $300 to $600 depending on what model. They are way more expensive than I even purchased the camera. The camera itself only cost me $300. I got it used off Craigslist at a steal, to be honest. So I didn't have the money for that. So I did find one on eBay. This one. It's not a fancy Sigma lens. It's just a regular old 35mm f1.7 lens. But it does the job. It's got a great depth of field. It's crisp, it's clean. Now, the downside is the Sigma, it autofocuses and all that. So the downside is this is all manual. So I've got to set the f-stop. I've got to manually autofocus, or not manually auto. I've got to manually focus it. But the thing is, I'm not doing outdoor shots. I'm not running around doing street photography. The camera works essentially like a glorified webcam. So I don't generally move from this position, and the camera certainly doesn't move from its position. So it's perfect. $70 total. Actually, that was like 50, and then like tax and shipping and all that came out to 70 on eBay. But yes, this is the lens. Couldn't recommend it enough. I almost got the 16mm, but I decided against it. Thought the depth of field for this one was good enough.
Yeah, it looks sharp. Like it.
Can you type the lens name? Sure.
Wiki, right?
Yeah. Oh, you caught that.
Yeah.
It's
Pretty decent.
Yeah, MEIKE. It's Hong Kong made, baby. And it's perfect for the Sony E mount. The other one, of course. I mean, the other one was made long before digital cameras are even a thought. So this one I needed to get a Sony E mount adapter, which made it even, made it even more like wonky and weird with the adapter on it. It was odd. Thanks, Sketch.
Oh, I saw your name on the roster, Eric, for MegaCon.
You did?
I did.
Oh man.
Ooh, when is that?
Oh,
2
by the
weeks.
way, we need to talk about Heroes, Mike. I got some news for you.
Uh-oh.
MegaCon is when is it? Next month? Mid?
Isn't it the end of this month?
No.
Oh no, no, at the end of next month. Sorry.
Bonham, are you going, baby?
No, I'm actually going to Orlando next week, so I wouldn't be able to do the trip twice.
What's in Orlando next week?
They only let you into Orlando a couple times, or what what does your parole say?
Only for 12 hours and I have to come back. No, just gonna go see family, hang out for a week.
Hey, Earthbound.
Check your passport, and he's been here way too many times. Get him out of here.
What's up, fellas? Hey, Nerd. Hey, Earthbound. What's up, boys? Hey, Earthbound. I heard they patched the Pegasus glitch and Elden Ring last week.
You finished playing that, right?
Oh yeah, I went the Ronnie ending.
I don't know what that is.
I
But
will.
congratulations.
Yeah, my first Soulsborne game. Excellently made. It should definitely win Game of the Year, in my humble opinion.
By the way, does that mean anything anymore?
My opinion means nothing. Never has. But
No. Game of the year. Game of the year.
oh, I don't. You know, listen, none of these things matter. You ever go through that list of? You ever see that list that people post of all the people who never won a Grammy? And it's like Queen, Jimi Hendrix. You know, like there's like they go through like all of like some of the most amazing musicians you know, and so many have never won. Like they never won a Grammy, and you're like, well, what the fuck? And then like they do the same thing with movies and stuff. So it just at the end of the day, it goes to show you those awards don't generally mean shit. But you know, people like getting them. So even though they don't mean much, at least in my opinion, and I think in most people's opinion, it's nice to have something recognized. That's my take. Anyway.
Yeah, I wonder.
What's your
What do you
favorite?
wonder there?
What you realize? What?
Bonham just said he wonders, and I'm like, what are you wondering?
No, I was just wondering, like, you know, like, does it for actors and actresses? I feel like that kind of feels, I don't know. I just feel like it merits more towards, you know, more creative. So like, you know, animators, you know, comic
what does?
creatives, like awards, like those type of awards. You know, big accolades. Hey, I just won this. Like what's his face? Alberto just won.
Oh, he won an Academy Award for his movie.
Yeah.
You did?
I didn't see it. Do you guys see it?
Yeah. It's pretty
Good.
fun.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, the
It's good.
style is just, and his animation skills are just really good. Yeah, I just wondered, you know, if it means a little bit more to creatives than, you know, the seasoned actor.
Maybe it
I
depends.
feel like it's probably a little bit more passion.
I guess the biggest thing for me would mean the logistics of it. Like, yes, it's nice to be recognized for having accomplished something. You have to, you know, achieve some notoriety for it. But at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is, for me, this is perhaps a little cynical. Where does the rubber meet the road, baby? Like, or I'll give you an example. For the Academy Awards, if let's use Brie Larson. So old Cheese Larson won an Academy Award for The Room, where she played.
What'd you call it?
Cheese Larson. So Cheesy won an award for her work in The Room, which is about some crazy broad was locked up in a fucking room. And I watched it. It was pretty good. So she did good. She get award and accolades. But most of us are like, it's bullshit. Who gives a fuck? However, Hollywood gives a fuck. They paid her a bunch, and then she becomes Captain Marvel. Before that, ain't nobody looking for Brie Larson to do fuck all. So the notoriety does earn more money for actors and actresses, and I'm assuming for directors, because that prestige in that industry pans out. Now, I can't say the same. I don't know for comic books or whatever, or even animation, what that translates to. Perhaps now that Latin director who won, who's a really good animator. Perhaps that means ka-ching, more cash in his pocket for future projects. I don't know though. And as far as Game of the Year is concerned, I don't like do those accolades. What do those accolades translate to logistically? Because like I said, it's nice to have something to put up on your shelf, but what does it like? What does it mean? And I'm talking about like not in a fucking like what is it physically? Like what's going to happen because of this? Is it just a few pats on the back and some nice messages of congratulations? Great. But personally, who gives two rat tits about that? I want to see like actual real consequences to that.
You want somebody killed.
Yeah. Yeah, can you yeah, if you win an award, if you win Game of the Year, can you now hunt homeless people on Epstein's Island? Because
that's probably not on the list. No, that's a no, Mike.
See? But yeah, no, a nicer fucking office, a nicer trailer on movie sets, a bigger payday. Like that's the shit that really, in my opinion, matters more than, getting the job well done. Because we've seen, I think, didn't Monique win an Academy Award? Didn't Gabourey Sidibe win an award for Precious and then disappear? Never to be heard of again. Cuba Gooding Jr. won an award for Jerry Maguire and then fucking vanished into the abyss. So
he deserved it. I love that movie.
So what I'm getting at is maybe it matters, maybe it fucking doesn't, but who cares unless it makes your circumstances change in one way for the better. Oh, Matt, you want me to drag you in? I'll drag you in. Me and Jin were both born in Korea, says Yoji. Oh, baby. You fucking sure were. You sure were. What's up, Landshaper?
You look it.
Landshaper says, my wife sent a friend over the edge. He was playing it, and she walked up and said, oh, this is just like Breath of the Wild. He asked us to leave. No, he didn't. I never played Breath of the Wild, so I wouldn't know.
It's kind of Dark Souls light.
It's like it's Dark Souls for babies.
I mean, I don't know if I go that far, but sure. It's Dark Souls for the less developed.
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild's fun. It's just, I mean, the hard part about comparing that to like Elden Ring to Breath of the Wild is Breath of the Wild just looks so much shittier in comparison.
Yeah,
graphically speaking.
You know what? That's one criticism I truly did not understand for jealous sounding game devs on Twitter who were complaining about.
What were they saying?
They were saying that the graphic element of it, the design, the cinematography, all of it was subpar. There were definitely critics of Elden Ring running around saying that the game looked terrible, and I'm like, I don't
agree.
Played the same game? I mean, some of the cinematics were just I mean, just not even just the cinematics, just running around the Elden Ring world, even on my shitty processor, looked stunning.
I will say some of the performance issues were a bit inexcusable, and they still happen to this day.
What were those?
The big one is the assets from the world streaming in and causing a momentary hitch. That one personally bugs the hell out of me. And it's like a 1 to 2 second kind of freeze time.
I did not.
And then it goes right back into it.
I didn't have to deal with that personally, so I can't attest to it.
Well, and that's the thing is like I have a 3070 Ti, so I've got the new generation of video cards, and in all other regards the game runs perfectly except for those, and they happen like every few minutes, which is the most frustrating part.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Use of the word broad in 2022 makes me happy. I think it's the best way. I think it's my favorite.
Hey, bra or broad?
Broad.
All right.
So wait, like we're talking about a broad topic, or this dumb broad won't shut up?
Yeah,
think
we're,
it's the
we're talking about
second one.
we were talking about Cheese Larson.
Oh,
It's similar
he's
to
good in
Breath of the
Free
Wild.
Fire.
It's a good game. Games all copy one another now. Well, I would argue that. Well, listen, everything copies everything, but one of the most delightful parts of Elden Ring is the subverting of expectations, which has negative connotations these days, but when done well, can be quite rewarding. The example I used earlier was there was a game dev bitching, and her take was that for the neurodiverse, dealing with the tree sentinel and realizing that you cannot fight him, and that you have to fight, essentially what is essentially a boss out of order. You have to get stronger and come back. It might be too taxing for the neurodiverse, and then she paired that with saying that seeing a character who's clad in golden armor and have them appear friendly, but then to be hostile is bad game design. I'm like, wow, you're just a complete fucking buffoon. I mean, because
Listen. If the game doesn't let me win easily, if it doesn't do what I
Is that
want
the
it
argument?
to do,
Is that the argument?
let's see if we could find it. Let's see if we could find this. What the fuck was her goddamn name?
and I have cursed Elden Ring to the depths of hell many times while playing it.
But I mean, is that the argument? Is that it's too difficult for me? It doesn't spoon feed me victory.
There was a lot of the bitching was basically like you have your old school Souls Souls
Sure.
haters who
Sure.
are like, I mean, I don't love the Souls formula of unrelenting difficulty,
Mhm.
but like you have people basically saying it's a shit game because of its unrelenting difficulty.
Well, the thing is, it's
do
not.
they know going in that it's that
Yeah,
kind
the
of
game
game?
got so much exposure.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so I don't understand the pushback.
I think
Months
it's well
before
known.
it released, everybody was hyping it up.
I would argue, as a person who has never played a Soulsborne game before Elden Ring, I would argue that the difficulty is a lot of hype. I did not find. I was able to beat the game. Me, being a baby wet behind the ears in regards to Soulsborne games, and I was able to get through it with
Wait, that was
not a
your
problem.
first Souls game?
Twas my first Souls game.
You did go the heavy farming route though, which
I did.
is a strategy of I mean, it's a smart strategy, especially on your first Souls game.
Do you still
Oh,
find
yeah,
yourself
I-
playing it as much, or have you kind of burnt out?
I played it for like 125 hours or so.
Holy shit.
And so I got like, I'm ready to play it again should there be more DLC. But I played it, dude. I milked the game a lot, so I held off for a very long time. They say you could beat this game out at level 125 to 150. I was over level 300 when I beat the game because I was doing all this other stuff. I was going back and doing side quests that I missed and pursuing like all manner of equipment and just little Easter eggs and fun stuff I was finding out about the game. It was really beautiful.
You were thoroughly enjoying yourself though, right?
Yes.
Like it wasn't coming from a place of, it wasn't like
No.
gluttonous. It wasn't like, right? It wasn't like you were torturing yourself through it, and you were enjoying yourself.
Absolutely.
People enjoy the game so much that usually what comes out directly after I beat it is, I started the New Game Plus last night. Like, people really do enjoy. I just don't know how people can still be talking about Elden Ring when you have the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game collection coming out soon. Come on. Get some Turtles in Time going.
Are you going to try other Souls games? No, I don't think I will.
Bloodborne if Bloodborne makes a PC version, I would highly recommend it.
No, I don't think I will.
No.
No, I don't have any interest in other Souls games. I feel like Elden Ring is one of a kind. I'm not a Souls simp now. I'm an Elden Ring simp, to be sure. But
What was what made the game like that magical for you?
it was obviously
This guy.
it was a combination of I mean, I honestly can't pinpoint it to one specific element of the game. It's kind of like, what makes your favorite movie your favorite movie. a combination of story arc, NPCs, character quests, game design, just the whole kit and caboodle of it. It's so damn immersive. I mean, if you had told me it took them 10 years to make this game, I wouldn't doubt it. The game has got so many things to do. Almost, again, 125 hours in the game. I think I could have spent another 125 hours in order to really truly do it all. And even then, I would have to play New Game Plus a couple times to unlock the other endings that I didn't unlock. Like, I don't even think I unlocked all of the like various points of grace. That's how vast the world is. And I was really tearing
I'm
ass.
surprised they didn't let down. Like,
You surprised
I don't
what?
know. They've nailed almost every game they made, you know?
Yeah, no, I've heard excellent things about Sekiro. I haven't heard bad stuff yet.
Very tough to do.
You know, but I have been surprised by the blowback, or at least some game developers, the surprising level of hostility towards the game.
Their game sucks.
Insane.
So if you like those elements, I think you'll enjoy any other game from that company.
Yeah,
Said he's done, Bonham. Jeez, quit trying to fucking guy, you know?
Just saying. Just saying.
Doesn't want to play it anymore, Chief. Be cool.
I'm living through Mike because I can't play it.
I can't play these games myself. I must live through him.
I'll tell you what, I would, if I had the time, I wouldn't mind going back and doing the alter. I think there's 6 different endings you can choose.
Jesus.
But I can't commit that much. I mean, beating it once was tough. I can't imagine having to do that 5 more goddamn times. What I will be doing though later is probably watching other people beat it, just to see the ending. See the cinematics.
Yeah, you really do love watching other people beat it, don't you, Mike?
Yeah, I do.
Come on.
Grow up, Jen.
Innuendo.
Girl, you're telling me to grow up in Mike's stream? What are you talking about?
Yeah, haven't you heard? You didn't get the memo? We're changing it up, man.
Oh my god. No way,
Got
Mike's
it.
growing up. That's crazy.
We got the HR over here.
HR.
Do I have to stop saying fuck?
Not on.
Yeah, I
don't
listen,
know.
not on Elon Musk's internet.
Ooh, I can tweet whatever I want now.
That's right.
Oh
Hate
yeah,
gets
true.
included.
Quick, someone use the N word.
It's the Wild West now. Let everybody do
Yeah.
anything.
I was
Guys, pull out. We're okay.
Oh my god.
I was
We're in the clear.
no man. We were talking about this earlier.
Eric wants to say it so bad. Eric wants to say it so bad.
He had to stop himself. He had to bite his lip.
You gotta go to Twitter soon.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I can't believe that.
I believe what?
That he bought it just like that.
Well, not only that, but
On
he
Twitter.
secured the funding. Like, he only had to pay like, what was it, 8 million or 8 billion out of his pocket. The rest was like funded through investors and shit.
You say 8 million? No way.
Billion.
8 billion maybe. I think it was 8
Okay.
billion. He had like, because it was, I think, what did they do? It was 64 billion or something, and he had gotten
44.
44. He had gotten most of that funded, minus like 8 billion he had to put in.
Well, there's not
Tony-
much monetization on Twitter. I wonder what, like, I don't know. I know they have ads, but how do they get their income?
I mean,
Income.
it's got to be there somehow that they're
Investors.
worth 44 fucking billion.
It's probably investors, venture capitalists.
I mean, it's
Angel
clear that
investors.
Twitter runs this world, so.
Oh, Tony Stark just bought Twitter. Excited.
Hashtag I am.
Don't
Musk.
call him that. You're gonna get Yoji upset.
I mean, he was in Iron Man 2.
Was he?
Yeah, he makes a cameo where like Tony Hawk is in Monaco and Elon Musk is one of the dudes he's talking. He was talking about making an electric chair. I just watched Iron Man 2. That's the only reason I know that.
Wasn't he planning on doing free internet like in 2028 or something?
Well, he's doing Starlink,
fucking
right?
working.
He's working on Starlink now, and apparently it's working.
Bill Nash has it. He says it depends on the day, really.
You know, that's pretty wild though, because Starlink is for people that live in generally the fucking middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. Satellite internet's a neat idea. I do question why he's so interested in Twitter, though. Like, out of all things he could have tried to buy.
Well, I think, at least what he said publicly is that Twitter is the town square.
I think maybe
yeah.
if you can afford to buy Twitter like that, you should maybe be paying a little bit more in taxes.
Well, we said that he
Like,
paid.
I'm not
paid
for the tax rich.
We
but-
talked about this a while ago. He paid $11 billion in taxes just a couple of years ago.
That's not enough, though, man. What is he
Right.
worth, right? Come
Right.
on, guys. 11 billion. I pay more than that percentage ratio wise.
Right?
Sure you do. $18 an hour. Sure you do. I always love that when it's like these guys need to be paid more, and it's like they paid 3.7 million last year. That's more than you'll ever pay in your life.
Not enough. They gotta pay their fair share. It's like, go fuck yourself.
By their fair share, I mean my bills.
Yeah. True.
So, I mean, that's like the whole cancel student debt thing. And both sides are kind of funny because one side's like, yo, I fucked up and got a weird arts degree. I'm fucked. I can't
That's
make
me.
money this way.
Whee!
Yeah, but... Oh, by the way, I was watching some of your in real life streaming.
Yeah.
Jin's
Yeah.
doing stuff.
I'm over there. Well, I'm a Chicago city kid, so I do like seeing the beach and shit when you're out there. I just do have always a concern of you getting stabbed.
Yeah, no, Jim Pie's
I've
like
been punched in the face
he's like
times.
Korean Pee Wee Herman with the zany antics that happen on his stream when he's out in the
Herman.
streets.
You do
I got
balloon animals?
banned. I got punched in the face.
You have fun with it?
Pretty fun.
How do you fight back? Like, do you go for a good headbutt or something?
You don't fight back, or else you get banned.
So you can get attacked, but if you defend yourself on Twitch, you get banned.
No, you might get banned even if you get attacked.
Yeah.
Elon
Yeah,
Musk,
no, it's true.
Elon Musk needs to buy Twitch now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
That way you
right.
can have fight clubs on Twitch.
It's time for our billionaire overlords to come on down from on high. Hang on, I finally found the hot take from a game dev on Twitter, the one I was talking about specifically about Elden Ring. Let me show you guys. This is a newer one. This is from about 6 days ago.
Damn, people are still bitching about it.
So somebody said, talking about specifically about the Tree Sentinel, and the Tree Sentinel is the first kind of big bad that you face in the game. It's like right at the first 10 minutes of the game, maybe even less. It's essentially right after you're done with the tutorial. You leave the ground, you see Var, which is a neutral, friendly NPC, and then the next character that you meet and walk past is the Tree Sentinel. And the Tree Sentinel will fuck your shit. He will fucking destroy you, even if you're the best Soulsborne player. You're still gonna be having a very difficult time dealing with the Tree Sentinel this early on in the game. It's meant to teach you that sometimes in this game it's much better for you to run, level up, and come back than to just be a stubborn dickhead and decide to fight it out with an impossible to beat at your level boss. So this person writes, the Tree Sentinel serves to remind players of the open world nature of the game, that if they can't beat a tough enemy yet, they can go somewhere else, acquire runes, gear, spells, spirit ash, materials, etc. And then this lunatic writes, game dev design advice. This response is an example of player prescriptive design thinking, where you assign a should to the player's reaction and assume they will think or act a specific way. Well, I'd argue that the vast majority of players did act that way. because you're not completely fucking retarded. So you only a buffoon would try again endlessly to beat a enemy that they know that after the umpteenth time that they've died, try to beat again and again and again. Interactive experiences are not films, and by nature have to railroad a player down a path, or else they'll get all manners of idea that you designer did not think about. So again,
I just want to point out that she's basically saying, even in open world titles, you must create a linear path.
Right. This is so the opposite. Yeah.
I want to point out that two of the most well-revered games ever made are Red Dead 2 and Elden Ring.
Yeah.
And they're both massive open worlds. By the way, and I'm not trying to negate that she is technically in game development, but when you put game dev advice and you're a character tech artist who is responsible of skins and animations and well far away from the storyline, it shows why the company's allowing you to do what you're doing and you're not part of the other creative.
You know, just what she has written, it just seems so narrow-minded. This is what it sounds like to me. This person took like a game design 101 class and is just reiterating the most basic elements. Well, this is what you need to do for your player. By the way, as a person who, again, first Soulsborne game, when you're exploring, first it's open world, so they want you to kind of do it at your own pace and figure these things out for yourself. But they do have each point of grace points you directly to the next point of grace. It's really obvious.
It does hold your hand a little bit in that regard, yeah. Where it's like, no, you should stop here.
Elden Ring's Tree Sentinel. This poster assumes that you walk straight out of the door far enough to see and use the grace. You do. The grace is in earshot the second you open the door. The grace is right there. I mean, again, game design. They made it so that it's near impossible to miss. I looped around the building as I knew designers had goodies for people around the back of starting places B.
I wonder. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
No. Go on.
I wonder if she bitched about Ghost of Tsushima, because I mean, for one thing, the Dark Souls really kind of popularized the first person you fight's meant to murder you no matter what theory. Like Ghost of Tsushima has that. I want to say Neo has that. Like the fact that she's saying that people who can't critically think may feel extremely uncomfortable. Because it sounds like she started playing it and it was like, this game tricked me. Critical thinking, what the fuck?
I wanted things to be linear. I want my hand held.
Why can't I press in on my analog and have a glowy thing appear where it shows me my path? Like an Assassin's Creed. It's an Assassin's Creed player.
Yeah. The Tree Sentinel appears immediately before you in shining gold as you walk forward. It could be a friendly NPC. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Nothing is friendly in Elden Ring.
This is fucking Elden Ring. And it could be a friendly NPC. I'm going to Tree Sentinel Elden Ring. I'm going to show you guys a few images of this Tree Sentinel once I point out some cars for this fucking thing that wants me to I don't know why it doesn't think I'm human. I literally just Googled Tree Sentinel. But okay.
What human would want to Google that, you monster?
So, if you read on, she literally says that there's confusion because some enemies sit at campfires, but so does the merchant. How are you supposed to know who's friendly?
There aren't any. Oh my god.
Bad game
That's
dev.
literally a complaint she has.
What the fuck?
And then she's bitching about people saying get good.
That's funny.
Here, let me show you some screenshots of a Tree Sentinel.
That's an appropriate reply.
This thing, the second you come anywhere fucking near the Tree Sentinel, it gallops around with a giant weapon at like 20, fucking 16 feet tall.
Bro, that looks totally friendly to me. I figured he would trade things with me.
Does this look friendly? Does this like a friend? Who sees this as like, Friendly
Would you like
NPC.
to barter? Friendly demon knight on a horse?
Oh god, oh man. A tree sentinel appears immediately before you in shining gold as you walk forward. It could be a friendly NPC, and the music and tone of the area certainly suggests a safe space, with verdant trees and peaceful animals like deer and critters hopping about calmly.
spaces in
This
Elden
is
Ring.
why this person would never survive a world war.
All right, so here's the thing. This is what proves that she's just a moron. So my first run, I didn't get the spirit horse for a few hours. Why? I didn't know resting at a site was good.
Oh my
You're an
God.
idiot then.
Dude, they
Like, it literally
yeah.
glows more for you and is basically like, come press the button on me.
Yeah, press. Did she actually? She actually threw a safe. She actually threw safe space in here, unironically. But just to, right? But no. Again, the game makes it painfully obvious that you're supposed to rest at these sites of grace. Here, but then this really cinches it. A methodical player will fight the first enemy first, second next, and so on and so forth. Players who are neurodiverse may feel extremely uncomfortable not doing things in order. Players who assume the first encounter is meant to be beaten will suffer. What the fuck is wrong with you?
What's the definition of neurodiverse?
Neurodiverse is anybody who can't fucking think more than on a linear path.
Got some news, boys.
Ooh.
Netflix
news?
is adding ads.
Ooh. Even for the
Adding
mucho
commercials.
paid ones?
No, I think they're going to make a. If I remember correctly, this might be different from what Jim is talking about, but Netflix was going to add a cheaper tier. You know, Hulu does it. For those of you who have Hulu subscriptions, Hulu has 3 tiers: free. Actually, they might not even have it for free, but they've got a paid version, but you pay less, but you see ads. And then you've got a premium big boy subscription with no ads.
That would make sense. That's fine.
So they're just
So if you go to the ads version, can you then share your password? Because it's like, fuck it, you're the commoner anyways.
Yeah,
Probably
I think you
not.
can. But I don't know about Netflix. I don't know what they're doing. But I believe you could share Hulu passwords, like Netflix.
Yeah, I got cock blocked out of watching Netflix the other day at my friend's house.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
So apparently neurodiverse can affect everybody, including they ramp it in there with autism, but they also added in with things like dyslexia, which I have, and ADHD. And like, I understand like how my mind channels, but like I feel that's an excuse. I feel that's like, well, what I'm making these bitches about my personal opinion, but these people may have problems.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
like, well, you're virtue signaling.
You're using somebody else to prove your point because you don't like this game. But again, all
I'm
of the
working watch TV. See you guys later.
Later.
all the criticisms that she provides, her solution to these criticisms and her solution to these quote unquote flaws in Elden Ring make the game arguably worse. Cookie cutter, hand holding, and all the things that make some of the best parts of Elden Ring would be completely undone.
Wouldn't you have to lock out parts of the map to achieve what she's saying, basically?
Yes. Again, this is an open world game. I was able to explore far, far beyond where I was normally, quote unquote, meant to explore if I took the game one step at a time. But that's the beauty of an open world game. You choose how far you wish to go, and if you might very well get to a point where the enemy is going to stomp the shit out of you because you are way underleveled for what you're doing. But that's kind of the fun of it. Exploring, like, it's literally an open world game. I would hate to play a game like this and have the game railroad me, because at that point, what the hell is the point of it?
Well, let's say, like, and I would assume games that she would like it to be would be like The Witcher and shit like that, where The Witcher compared to Elden Ring is much more linear in that there's basically main adventure, side quests, and then you can explore the open world. Where Elden Ring, in my opinion, it's like, here's quests, here's the open world, find each other.
All right, kids.
just sounds like
Excuse
she's-
myself for the evening. Have a good night.
Yeah,
Hey,
what do you
guys.
think?
Take it easy.
I just feel like she wasn't very good at it, and then when she bitched about the game, people were like, get good. and that triggered her.
Yes, I would argue that sounds 100% what happened.
Does she dox herself at where she works?
No.
She's pretty public about
Well,
this.
she said she's worked on God of War. I think one of them were listed. But once again, she's character design. So
You know,
Interesting.
it's a weird flex.
Right.
I think it's bad decisions to make a game difficult.
It needs to be linear. What about the neurodiverse?
I need a big fucking flashing sign that says "boss" ahead.
What about
I
the
mean,
neurodiverse?
I guess the solution would be to, I don't know, maybe there's an option where it just kind of triggers, you know, here's your linear game or here's your open world version.
Yeah, but
So-
I mean, that game is fully integrated. The problem with Elden Ring is just really, without like locking off portions of the map, you have to literally stop the player from coming across that character.
Right.
Well, yeah, it would be a different. Technically, I'm saying it should be another game mode, but that means
Oh,
it would be
yeah.
a different
It'd
game
be a different game.
altogether.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, no,
but
same.
you can't. Their intention wasn't to have it linear, so why bitch about that?
Yeah, no,
Should-
we'll
Well,
be
she's
bitching about
she's
the-
more or less angry that the game doesn't say, like, "Hey, this thing's way too strong for you right now." Like she
like
wants
a little meter that has like
Yeah.
a skull on top of it that says,
yeah,
oh, this is
right.
level 80.
Like, have you never played an open world game like this? Like, it's not a new convention. Like, they've made open world titles with this sort of thing before. It's just you're angry that it's too hard.
yes.
Once again, she probably loved Breath of the Wild. Not that I'm knocking that game. I truly do dig that title.
It's for children.
Well, I mean,
Not necessarily.
no,
I
it's
mean,
harder than that. It's not
yeah.
easy.
It's Dark Souls for
Fun game.
babies.
No, Dark Souls for the neurodiverse challenge. I mean, Breath of the Wild's it's like Dark Souls with much more puzzle solving, essentially.
Yeah, it's a really fun game.
That's good.
Definitely one of my top 10.
Especially
was.
on the, considering you're playing it on the fucking Switch, it's kind of like, oh wow, it's on the Switch.
Yeah.
You know, listen, I lump her critiques with the same critiques that use neurodivergent people to argue for changing the difficulty of the game. It's too difficult for not necessarily neurodivergent, although it was more about the physically disabled than the neurodivergent, but also certain neurodivergent people would have trouble with a game as difficult as Elden Ring. But they always hide behind people who make criticisms like this. They love to hide behind other groups of people.
Well, it's like making the argument Rocket League is a bad decision because it doesn't tell you that what team you're on. It just shows you a color of your car. And it's like, well, that's your team. I don't know. What can I say? Get good.
Yeah, I mean, kind of, yeah.
Like, if it's too hard, stop playing it. What do you want me to say? Like, if you can't do it, you can't do it.
Yeah, no, listen, it's not an easy game, and there are ways around there are ways around its difficulty. Over leveling is one, but another one is get good. See, get good. It encapsulates a lot of the mindset of the average Dark Souls player, which it's kind of a catch-all term, but inside of that get good, it's practice. It's become familiar with the boss's moveset. It's change your gear around. It's perhaps even respec your character. Like, get good, quote unquote, it's essentially learn and pay attention to the game mechanics. This is not a beat 'em up. This is not a shooter.
Yep. By saying get good, you're saying you have to get better around the game, not the game get easier around you. Like,
Yes.
those games, they by design are designed to force the player to get better. I mean, and that's every single one of them. So it's like, there is truth
right.
to saying get good, because the whole concept is you need to play this more. You need to maybe do some grinding. People, she doesn't want to grind either.
Right.
And it's just like, get good means literally what they're saying. Get better at the game. Why should a game get easier for you?
Yeah, this is not, because the opposite person, a person with the opposite viewpoint, which is yours truly, it is far more rewarding to beat a boss, to play this game without cheesing or cheating or doing mods or hacks or any of that stuff, but just beating the game. Even if you're cheesing it in your build. I was a magic class, which helped me out and hindered me in certain places, because some characters are anti-magic and will stomp the shit out of you regardless of how powerful your staff is. But meeting the game on the game's terms and then getting your ass stomped over and over and over again until you finally best the enemy, it's that much more rewarding. It feels amazing. And to nerf the game to appease a few lunatic quote-unquote journalists or game devs, I feel like it would actively make the game so much worse. So basically, you all should suffer because we don't like the way the game is now.
I mean, I think if you're playing Elden Ring and you're going, I can't play this game because it's too hard, then you probably shouldn't be playing Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Like, not to be a dick, but it's not a game for you.
It's not a game for you, buddy. Buddy, I'm sorry. It ain't for you.
Like, that's the thing, is it's like, I mean, we talked about this, as you said earlier, in the disability spectrum, but like, it's just, this game is not made for everyone to enjoy. It's made for people who like the formula and or can tolerate to learn.
That's right.
Nobody, and this is the problem that's kind of happened in like racing games, is every time a racing game comes out, it figures out a way to get easier and easier.
Oh, that's so fun.
The only one that still holds true, and I think they've even got like an easy mode and shit in there now, is Gran Turismo. But like, you can put so many different modifiers in, like Forza Horizon, let's say, that it fucking almost races for you. Like, it's got, like, you could literally have settings for, it brakes for you, it corners for you, it adjusts your speed on turns for you. Like, it's just ridiculous. And it sounds like that's the type of game this woman wants. She wants something to say, when she gets to that area, she wants a pop-up that says, hey, you're not fucking good enough yet. Go fight some underlings.
But I'm neurodivergent. I need to fight this boss in order.
Oh, believe me, KJ, I'm somebody who uses manual gear shifting and everything in racing games. I can't tolerate assists. But I mean, and here's the thing, there's nothing against like a player who just isn't good enough and they want to still enjoy the game. But not all games are made for that. Like, right. Elden Ring is a game where it's like, no. Part of the enjoyment is the fucking difficulty. It's the fact that you are going to fight this boss 10 times. And on that 10th time, when you finally beat them, you're going to feel really fucking great about it.
Next week, why? Because you're too poor to afford $4.99 today?
Hey, Ratty's here.
Less than 3 your body.
Thanks, buddy.
Ratty.
Thanks,
36 months.
Ratty Rattail. Thank you for the 36 months of Twitch Prime, baby. 3 years. We're still doing it. Also, after they put out the game, they updated the game. In-game unlocks cost a lot more. Gran Turismo also needs constant internet connection. Oof.
Yeah, the constant internet connection thing is frustrating. But I mean, there's a lot of games that have gone to that model, some with varying degrees of success.
Damn, following for 4 years, 7 months, 4 days, 10 hours, 54 minutes and 30 seconds. Damn, ratty. I've been in this game too long. Oh, ratty rat tail. Ratty, you been playing Elden Ring? Because if you haven't, ooh boy, you're in trouble. I remember I was laid off and it was like the first day with no work, and I just went in the art section and found you. You're like, who's this retard? You know what movie I gotta watch again? I gotta watch Into the Spider-Verse. I need to see, because again, I said this earlier, Spider-Man No Way Home is number 2 favorite Spider-Man film. It's Tobey Maguire, Sam Raimi, Spider-Man. Wait, No Way Home is my number 2. Spider-Man 2 by Sam Raimi.
Yeah.
Tobey Maguire is my number 1.
Also, X-Men 2 is my favorite X-Men. That's the best movie out of them.
I think.
Well, out of the original 3, the later ones were kind of decent too.
First Class, I think, is probably up there. One of my favorite X films.
I also really dig Days of Future Past.
Days of Future Past is another good one. Now, again, if we're talking like team, probably a toss between. Man, again, I haven't watched these in so many years. It's definitely X2, Days of Future Past, and First Class. Those are probably top 3, and somewhere in there is my favorite. But
well, number 1, or in the second one, you find, like, is really the first time you see Wolverine as a badass.
Speaking of Wolverine as a badass, my favorite X-Men film that isn't the team one, but in the X-verse, is Logan.
I also dig the Wolverine as well, the one set in Japan.
I actually don't remember.
Logan's really good. It's just fucking depressing.
Yeah, that's why I love it.
Yeah, it's nice. I wish they would have gone with like that, that tone earlier instead of his last fucking portrayal. But
yes, we have Logan and Deadpool, also another favorite of the X films. But it sucks that I'm like, oh, these are just 2 of my favorite X films, and like they've got like no X-Men in them. It's like a standalone Deadpool movie and a standalone Logan movie, and like there's like 2 other X-Men.
There's some very, very lower names in it. Yeah.
Right. Which is kind of why.
Well, besides Cable in the second one.
Right. I'm kind of hoping we get some good stuff going on in the MCU featuring the X-Men.
Well, I mean, Doctor Strange, I think, is going to be the first title, so we'll see what they do with it.
That's right. We heard Professor X's voice. I'm thinking most people are thinking Illuminati.
I sincerely hope, even if just for like this movie's cameo, Jackman reprises as Wolverine.
Ooh,
like, I get it. Like, he, it's tough on the body and shit. I really do, but like, I don't know, man.
No, I want to see him.
Like
I want to see him again.
He was
Logan.
I do too. Like, it's
yeah, I do.
I mean, especially like if you haven't seen like in Days of Future Past, the dude's like over 45, and he was probably the most jacked he had ever been in one of these movies.
Yeah.
Like, he could still do it. It's just, and I get it. He's probably doesn't feel great to constantly be dieting and whatnot and training excessively, and it limits your time. But what the fuck else are you doing?
I mean, they can do
CGI.
They didn't have the de-genning, the
de-aging.
What was his name?
Oh, yeah, but I think Hugh Jackman might be one of those ones you just need makeup on still at this point. And Wolverine is hundreds of years old. Why does he have to look like he's 20?
Was it X-27? The one in the Logan film, the one that kills Professor X.
Oh, the
evil version, the clone version.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a de-aging.
That was
right.
crazy fucking scene.
That was dope.
I don't know. I've seen The Irishman, and that de-aging was probably the best you've seen out there, and that was a little off.
Well, they got better with the Luke Skywalker. The Luke Skywalker de-aging in not Mandalorian, in Boba Fett season was way better than the de-aging that we saw in the end of Mando season 2. The de-aging was so rough, you had to kind of be like, you kind of had to really lead into the suspension of disbelief. You really had to suspend that disbelief.
I have not finished Mandalorian yet, but I've seen the Luke from the Boba Fett clip.
It's much better than end of Mando. But listen, it's still an emerging technology. It's kind of like anything else, right? If given enough time, it'll get better. You just gotta keep cranking it up.
The de-aging looks better than Gary Shandling in Iron Man 2. They use fucking pounds of makeup on that dude.
Rest in peace, Gary Shandling.
I prefer rest in power.
I prefer rest in poverty.
Oh, I don't prefer it, but where I am.
Also, all the drugs, says Yoji. What kind of drugs?
What's up with the drugs?
Dude, there's this hilarious. I watched some of the Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp trial.
It's so great.
Dude, he is so funny on the stand.
He really makes me like him. Like after watching some of the trial shit, because I've always thought he was kind of weird.
Oh yeah.
And now I'm like, I want to go hang out with Johnny Depp. He seems like he's fun at a minimum.
The lawyer, Amber Heard's lawyer, came at him and said,
"Hearsay."
He's like, "You're good friends with Paul Bettany." He's like, "You're good friends and do drugs with Paul Bettany, right?" And Johnny Depp is like, "That's an interesting question." It's just so funny.
There's the one they show him. They're like, "Now is that a box that you put cocaine in?" And he's like, "It looks like a box that could fit some cocaine." Like, oh shit. Also, like, when the guy kept reading the same thing, he's like, "Yes, you've read it very clearly 3 times now."
Yeah, no, he's great. He's like, you should read the whole article.
Well, and then I don't know, I was getting frustrated like on his behalf every time the lawyer cut him off when he was trying to just like get his point across.
Yeah, no.
And the lawyer was just, no, you've answered the question.
You know, they are definitely trying to fuck with him.
He seems almost impervious on the stand, though.
They're 100% trying to get under his skin, and I think they want to. It seems to me like they want her legal team wants to make him crack.
Well, like they have. I mean, in my opinion, the dudes, and then they also show like the difference between Amber Heard and her lawyer, and him and his lawyer. And he's like joking around with his lawyer. They're smiling, and like she's straight-faced serious. I don't like. They're trying to prove that he's out of control. Like they're trying to get him on the stand to lose his shit.
Right.
And he's been so far better at basically sticking to, even if true or not true, he's been better at sticking to his story. His proof is better. The best they came up with, which I think they thought was that big gotcha moment, was the video where she was secretly recording him. And the context of the actual recording is, the fuck, who's at my front door right now?
Amber Turd.
You know, if she was at my door, can I legally punch her in the head? Like, is that...
Amber Turd?
Like,
absolutely.
Don't touch my purse. And then I could take a swing on her?
I don't know you.
Yeah, I don't know you. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, she really looks like a fucking villain, despite how she keeps her, teary-eyed face when she's up there. And he just seems like a likable dude.
Yeah.
Also, oh yeah, by the way, the reason why he was so angry when he was like, by the way, have you ever been that angry? Where like your purpose isn't to destroy things, but then if it gets in the way, it's batted away like, I hope it dies and I never see it again?
Oh no, I've destroyed an inanimate object or two in my day.
Yeah, where it's not, you don't even attack it, but like you go to, like him, he goes to open the cabinet, the cabinet door closes back on his hand, and boom, he like
Yeah.
basically punches it because he's
punches
pissed
it.
off. I've done
Of
that.
course, dude. You know how many fucking cabinets I've
Yeah.
punched?
Yeah, and the reason he's angry, by the way, is because I believe that was the business meeting to where he found out he had lost $650 million
Yep.
over
Yeah.
his career due to mismanagement of his funds. And that's why he tells her, did something happen to you today? No, something happened to me today. It was a complete setup. Her whole tone is that of like that antagonistic, innocent, like, why are you mad? Why don't you just talk to me? Like that whole thing. And it's a complete setup. She's just such a piece of shit. And she pooped in the bed.
And she shit in his bed.
Shit in the fucking bed. Who shits in the bed on purpose?
Dude, the best
You're
part is
drunk
like,
or whatever, I
he's
got
like, then she tried to put it on our Yorkies, you know? She's like, you're like,
way
how
he
big are
talks.
your dogs? And he's like, no, our dogs are 4-pound teacup Yorkies.
We've got lovely animals. I love them to death.
Yeah. It's like, you know, basically like that was a human fucking sized turd. Our fucking Yorkies aren't taking massive human sized dumps in the bed. Oh, yeah.
We've
I found the clip.
oh great.
Here,
We've got
all
teacup
right,
Yorkies.
no, not the teacup Yorkie clip, this clip. But look what the lawyer asks him, like right out of the gate.
He's a good friend that you've done drugs with, right?
Wait, hold on.
Paul Bettany's a good friend that you've done drugs with, right? That's a strange question.
That's a strange question.
That's a strange question.
It's almost like he's Johnny Depp, but he's got a bit of Jack Sparrow now with him permanently.
He does. He's like Jack Sparrow meets Hunter S. Thompson, just forever.
And one of the
That's a
things, like when
strange
she
question.
said that when his friends came over, it was just a bunch of old men
Oh,
playing
I
guitar.
hate that.
No,
Dude,
but the fact that he smiles,
Yeah.
he knows it's true. Like
But-
he
yeah.
laughed because he's like, technically that's what it is. Like
I mean,
that's his thought. in his
technically
head.
speaking, him inviting his friends over is a bunch of old guys playing guitar. But the old guys that are playing guitar are, we talked about this, Keith Richards, Alice Cooper, Dave Grohl.
Yeah,
Like
it's fucking badasses
Yeah.
of the industry.
some of the most accomplished rock musicians of all fucking time. I mean, men that their music shaped generations.
Did you hear about the makeup company? Fucking
Yes, I
outing
saw
her?
that on TikTok.
Oh, so good, dude. Fucking
For those who don't know,
no, that makeup line wasn't even out.
for those who don't know, Amber Heard brought into evidence her makeup pack. It's kind of like a 4-way Simon Says looking makeup circle makeup thing. It's got 4 different palettes in it. It's a circle with an X between it, and her lawyer's like, she kept this on her all the time throughout their entire relationship. She had this on her.
Conceal the injury.
Right, exactly. But the makeup company was kind of like, keep your name out of your fucking mouth, because the makeup company on their TikTok account, they released a video that was basically, in a fun way, stating very publicly, very deliberately, that Amber Heard could not possibly have been carrying around that makeup kit, because it didn't come out until a year after they'd already been divorced. Which is kind of a nice fuck you to Amber Heard, but just
Now-
more evidence where like she's just a fucking liar. She just lies
First
and
off-
lies and lies and lies.
Hi, KG. Second off,
Hey, KJ.
if you watch the first Aquaman, you understand what allured him to her.
Oh well,
Like
she's
it wasn't the personality.
she's fine as fuck. Like she's a
Yeah.
sexy woman, man.
Except when she's on the stand and she's got the I'm sad makeup on, which is minimal but still makeup. You gotta see those bags, honey, because you've been sad, remember? Because he's gonna take 50 million from you, you fucking dumb bitch. I hope he wins it all. And then he's like, I'm gonna retire and drink wine and play guitar with my old guy friends.
Can we make that a sound clip? Which one? Which sound effect?
That's a strange question.
That's a strange question. But no, it's, Paul Bettany's your good friend that you did drugs with, right? Just like right out of the gate.
I will say, one thing that they don't talk about that I really is a wholesome clip to me is when she asks him if he's ever touched narcotics again after he got off of it.
Oh yeah.
and he looks at her and he gives her kind of a smile and he's like, no, I've never touched it. It's like almost like he's so proud of himself for never going back to that. He can't help but smile giving the answer.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like those type things to me show a certain, those are personality traits.
Yes.
Like, and you know, so when you see those and it kind of humanizes him to the point of like, he's like, you know, but he probably is one of those dudes. It's like, yeah, I drink a lot, but I haven't touched fucking heroin or whatever he was on at one point. I haven't had a pill in so many years. Like,
right.
That's probably a source of pride for him.
As it should be, dude. People, dude.
Fuck yeah.
How many people die because chasing that fucking dragon, man? The heroin is one of the most horrific things to.
Well, you also have the stigma, right? Like you have the stigma of like, if you're a drug addict, you're a piece of shit, but like it's okay to polish off 15 beers a night.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or go on the weekend and binge drink till you black out. Like,
yeah, KG.
I've had arguments like that. It's just, I feel bad because she shows up and it's like, yeah, KG, you fucking alcoholic.
Yeah, fucking booze bag.
How many homes have you wrecked?
KG's beating her wife right now.
Oh.
KG.
Well, I mean, you know.
Come on, KG. Well, you know, you're right. She had it coming.
You got to do what you got to do, and
KG did tell her to do the dishes before she came home.
She did burn the toast. Whale Rider 3000. I can't stop smoking weed. Honestly, actually, I partake in that specific thing as well, and I've had discussions with people who are basically full-blown alcoholics, arguing that like stoners are dumb, and it's like, what?
Yeah, no. Just because like society has deemed your poison.
Yeah, like yours is okay because they can tax it and govern it.
Right.
Although in Chicago it's decriminalized. And I will say, like, I've smoked for a long time and like I don't miss going to random parking lots and shit to pick up. I kind of like going to a fucking like
gives you the fucking
it was
creeps,
terrible.
man.
I used to it was because and then like all of the like I'm in Chicago and I don't know how I'd assume dealers are kind of the same. They have a dealer convention where they're all like, hey, are you shitty? Yeah, I'm shitty too. Cool. But like then the place would get changed mid-drive. Where it's like you're on the way to where they said and they're like, no, actually I'm over here now.
First off, dealers, the most unreliable people in the world. But when I'd finally get a text back, it was always a shady location, always changing. It was like, yeah, meet me in this parking lot of this fucking abandoned school.
Yo, the alley behind this daycare.
Right.
Like, well,
and you're like, okay, and it never feels safe, and you're always like, fuck, man. It's like, is this gonna be the time where fucking PD just rolls up? You know, I hated it, dude. It always put a fucking.
It's always terrible.
It was always like, at best, it felt like a chore that had to be, you know. At best, I'm like, oh fuck, we got to deal with this dickhead.
Let me ask you, what's worse, being fucked with by a dealer and having to change location, or it's in a shady spot, or having your dealer going, yo, I'm home, just come up, and then you have to go into their place of residence? Which was more uncomfortable for you?
Luckily, I managed to avoid that. I never had a dealer that was like that, like friendly with me, I guess.
Bro, I have, and like, I didn't trust him, but I didn't think he would hurt me. But as I went in like the apartment, it turns out like I turned into Ethan Hawke from Training Day.
Yeah.
Like I'm only one bathtub away from fucking getting my head blown off.
Yeah, no,
like because it's never not shady. There's usually kids running around. It's usually a weird like the back room.
Yeah, no, dude. The only time I've been in a situation like that wasn't with a dealer. It was with a friend of a friend in Detroit, and we went over to this guy's house. And again, it was almost like a party atmosphere. Like there were that many strangers running around this guy's house.
Sounds like a fucking heroin.
And dude, again, random babies running around. I don't know who's who. And then sure enough, like, dude, on the kitchen counter, I'm like, oh, somebody's got an airsoft. I pick up the revolver and then immediately know by its weight that it is a fully loaded revolver. And I look down the top, you know, from the top down, you look, and it is completely fully loaded, ready to go off. And it was just on a stack of newspapers in the kitchen with kids running around. And that's when I realized, I'm like, oh man, boy, I sure hope my friend is done with this poker game soon so I could get the fuck out of here. Because this is...
Well, also, one thing that I've always, in between the several that I've actually made it into the domicile,
yeah,
you go through the living room, right? and there's always like a back room, or like sometimes my dude used to be literally cooking dinner, and he'd be like in the middle of making fucking Puerto Rican food, and he'd be like, here you go, and that was it. But like that, they always had a TV stand with an exorbitant amount of DVDs surrounding the TV. Like it's always that sort of DVD shelf.
Man. Yeah, no, dude. Fuck
Maybe
all
I'm
that.
just too nice to people, because like I've gotten, I guess, way too close to dealers.
Yeah, no, luckily, like I
Let
said,
pass
man,
life.
I managed to avoid all that, thankfully. But no, man, it's just you shouldn't be in shady people's homes. Like,
No, I had one of them told me that Section 8 was literally paying him $30 a month to live there, because he had so many kids that the
boy.
credits piled up to every month he was literally getting paid to stay in his apartment.
Man.
And he's like, oh, motherfucker, this shit's tax free. I was like, all right,
Okay.
whatever you say, not gonna get raided at some point.
Well, have a great day. Nah, man.
Enjoy your squalor. I'm gonna leave.
Yeah.
Take care.
Apologies
Bye-bye,
that
then.
the system has done this to you. See you around. See you in the funny
there
pages.
were moments in my life where like I was working so hard for whatever money I had, and I would go to my dealer, and he's just a piece of shit who sat home, smoked weed, and played video games all day, and he was just in the money. I remember there was at one point when I was like, I could start dealing. Like, I'm close enough with these guys. He's already told me I can come in if I wanted. I'd be making way more than I am now. Like, it became like Will Ferrell. I'm like, I'll be a nice crack dealer. Like, hey guys, want some crack? It's like, no, what if you get arrested? And then the typical paranoia kicked in.
Sure.
Too much of a good boy for dealing. Physical violence, I'll go to jail for, but
Wild.
you know how bad of a dealer you have to be now, though, if like you get arrested in a decriminalized state for dealing? Like, how dumb do you have to be?
Yeah, I personally can't wait for it's legal here. Like, you know, you could go out and blow some weed into a cop's face and you won't even get so much. I mean, you might get a ticket for being a fucking piece of shit. You might get roughed up a little bit.
You should at the minimum be punched in the mouth. Not even necessarily by the cop. Like a bystander should come by and knock you the fuck out for being a prick, and then the cop just shakes his hand. Thank you, sir.
Like, I didn't see anything.
Yeah. Funny. I didn't see nothing. He must have tripped.
Oh man, you should watch where you're walking, asshole.
Hey, yo, you not see the curb? The cop's just playing it.
Oh man. No, but I can't. Listen, I want to get my hands on some. I want to get my hands on some edibles legally. But
come down to Chi-Town. We'll film some shit. We'll get you some edibles.
I want to. Yeah, listen. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to Subway at 2 a.m. Winter.
No, you don't understand. Those MAGA boys are out at 2 a.m.
Yeah, well, those MAGA boys are gonna be us. You and me. We're gonna toss on some MAGA hats. We're going to Subway.
You do realize we'll get stabbed to death? Like,
I know, right?
We'll be the ones. Like, have you ever seen the movie?
They'll put a noose on our
Judgment
necks.
Night? No. Yeah, not bleach. It'll be fucking gunfire in our face.
Why do you guys smell like gunpowder?
Yo, what does this blade taste like?
What happened to your hats? Why do you smell like you were in a firefight? Why do you smell like downtown Baghdad circa 2005?
Why are you bleeding from 6 different spots in your body? Oh no, we were just getting some Subway. We wore the wrong hats.
Yeah.
We're good though.
We
Only
went to
step,
put
no
on
shot.
we went to put on the BLM hats.
I keep seeing this video where it's like these young white college girls scrubbing off graffiti from a federal building, and it happened to be BLM graffiti. And then this other more entitled white woman out of her car starts to insult them and calling them racists, and they're like, it's a federal building and graffiti, we're just trying to clean it off. And she's like, yeah, but it's BLM graffiti, and started like,
great.
What has happened to people? We've lost our fucking mind collectively. Like, nobody, it's almost like, when does OCP come in and take over Detroit like it's
they're coming.
RoboCop, man?
Listen,
where is RoboCop to save us?
Listen, man, Megacorps, just further and further. I mean, further, the opposite of what you said. Closer and closer.
Yeah, wait till we start Mega City 1, like in Judge Dredd.
Again, like when you actually look at, like, because this is back in the day, those Blade Runner style movies, they weren't meant to be predictions of the future. These movies, they're meant to be fun and
Satire.
like fun and satirical, and they're supposed to be like a funhouse mirror reflection of our society. These weren't supposed to be like prolific fucking Nostradamus like predictions.
Look at They Live. Like, RoboCop is essentially a take on They Live, where it's just basically it said, okay, one day the corporations will own everything. Ha 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 ha
Ha ha ha, that will never happen.
And sure enough, it's coming true. It's like, at a certain point, when does RoboCop appear? Like, does Detroit have to be 98% fires before that happens?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely
like 70.
It's wild.
Disney sponsors OC Disney's RoboCop.
Well, because oh my god, well, that's the funny thing is people were like, "Ha ha, Disney! They lost their whatever tax shelter, whatever the fuck it was that they lost."
Yeah.
And you're like, "Ha!" But then somebody brought up. I heard that because of this, now Florida has to foot the bill for a lot of the services that were being rendered for Disney.
Well, here's the problem. I mean, and the other problem is the bill is so goddamn vague. You don't know what way it could go. So that's why there is speculation that theoretically, because Disney itself spreads over 2 counties, those counties... Now, here's my question. Disney is acting essentially as an independent town. Why does that independent town of a corporation that makes billions in profit, hundreds of billions a year in profit, have a $1 billion debt?
Right.
Why are we allowing Disney's little town to accumulate any debt? Because what I would say is, okay, you lost that, you're going to pay your debt. And then the problem is potentially their tax interest then go on to the county,
right?
Which then raise things like property tax by 20%.
Exactly.
I mean, the South right now is going through an inflation period in house pricing because you've had a lot of the big city people during the pandemic go to places like Florida, Texas, North or South Carolina. So I was talking to a buddy of mine who lives in Texas. Right now, property values are 20% inflated for some reason. So like, it's great if you own one because you're planning on selling because your value of your house then goes up.
Right.
But it's bad if you're planning on living there.
You're trying to buy
because
one.
then you have or buy one or live there because not only does if the property value goes up, so does the amount of taxes you pay.
Oh fuck, that's right.
So real estate taxes, property taxes are going up 20% as well, and it's yeah, it's a little fucked up right now. It's a bubble that if they're not careful will collapse.
It wasn't a movie, it was a how-to, says Yoji. Except it's companies with shittier names like Disney, Amazon, and Facebook, not Wayland Yutani, right? Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, these aren't the megacorps we have in mind. It's not OCP, it's Google.
Bob Morton made a mistake. Now it's time to erase that mistake. That's right, I've watched that movie way too many fucking times.
You sell, but where do you go? Renters are also getting screwed. KG wants the bubble to burst. Housing bubble. KG wants the housing bubble.
KG just wants chaos.
KG loves chaos. That's exactly what she says to her wife when she gets her belt out.
She's over here like looking at an old dam that's about to buckle, and she's just like, "Let it go." Literally, a small town in Minnesota will be wiped out, but she's like, "Let it collapse." I warn no one.
Let them drown.
Have you watched The Boys?
If they die, they die. Of course I do. Don't be a cunt.
So, wowzers. The scene...
No, that's the best, too. That's one of the best lines in the series. Where,
I thought you were just calling me... Because I watch it, too.
No,
I thought we were going to have some camaraderie. Then
man.
I got called a cunt. I'm so sad now.
No, dude, we're Billy... what the fuck is his face?
Judge Dredd.
Judge Dredd. Carl
the
Urban.
Butcher.
But I think his name is Billy Badass or whatever the fuck his name is.
Billy the Butcher, I believe.
Where he tells a little kid. He tells Homelander's son. The only thing he tells him isn't like a attaboy. He says, "Oh yeah, kid, don't be a cunt." and then at the very end, he's like, "Well, kid, what'd I tell you?" And the kid's like, "Don't be a cunt." He's like, "Bingo."
I was thinking KG is like, oh, you just said his name. Fuck.
Carl Urban.
No, the main guy, the main superhero, the blonde dude.
Homelander.
The one who just got arrested. Homelander.
Oh yeah.
When they go to the plane,
somebody, right?
and he attacks someone. And Him and Ezra Miller are gonna go to the same fucking rehab.
All right, but Ezra Miller didn't. Did Homelander? Did he attack a woman?
No, he attacked a chef, and I think it was a thing of like he was drunk, and he either the details haven't come out, but it's really only one of two things. He either didn't like the food and went to bitch, or he liked the food and went to talk, and they didn't. The chef was like, "I don't want to talk to him," and he got insulted. But yeah, he attacked the person. I think he headbutted him. Ezra Miller decided to attack an old couple and tell him he was going to fucking kill him.
Yeah, they're
and
like
his
in their
second
60s,
offense was like in a fucking Waffle House, he for some reason whipped a chair at a woman and hit her in the forehead.
He threw her, and let's not forget in Iceland when he choked that woman out, he tackled her and choked her out, took her to the ground.
I think Ezra Miller is just a piece of shit too.
Ezra Miller, listen, those broads, they had it coming. And listen, Ezra Miller, again, he's a theys thems, so he gets to do it. Listen, you and I, we can't strike women on the street like that. But
I sure as hell would knock him the fuck out if I was in that place.
But Ezra, he's administering justice, street justice.
Well, yeah, not only is he's part of that team, but he's also currently going for the Jesus look. I'm Ezra Miller. I'm the Flash. Do you know how fast I can fucking move?
Do you know how fast I can throw this chair at you, you stupid bitch?
I'll whip this fucking chair at you. No, you won't. Watch me. No, you won't. What?
Ezra, do you know why I'm here? Yes, I do. That's right. There's a woman I don't like, and I can't hit her because, you know, societal rules. But you, I need. This is the job for theys thems, Ezra.
Yes.
I'm on the case.
They them
Where's the
will
chair?
help us all. It's like oh man, I can't remember the fucking thing. It's like one of those 80s cartoons where it's like he puts on his rings and he becomes immune to all publicity.
Oh wow, he's like a they them Captain Planet.
They them. Yeah, they them Captain Planet. Just shoots out letters of the alphabet. I'll whip the chair instead.
With our progressive ideology combined.
We're gonna demonstrate our totally tolerant intolerance upon you.
Get her, Ezra.
You think he was sitting in the jail cell like, only if I was actually the Flash and I could turn the time back in the Snyderverse edition. That's gonna fuck up everything. Like, they're gonna replace his ass. He's just
of course they are. He's a fucking
volatile.
Lunatic. They can't. They can't.
You Waffle House to chair at something.
You know, between his ridiculousness and Amber Heard's, the DCEU is not having a good time right now.
No, they should both be in the same movie called Which One's Gonna Kill Themselves First. Too many moving parts, too many things. I mean, there is a lot of discussion about replacing him with the guy who plays Flash in the CW show.
Oh yeah, Grant Gustin. That guy seems like a nice guy. He doesn't get into trouble.
I don't like any of the CW programming, so I don't really watch any of that.
It's shitty writing, but he as the character is good.
Yeah, I can see that. For me, those shows feel like, you know how they have that Riverdale show?
Oh,
it's
boy.
all Riverdale, but with superheroes. Like, every single DC show just screams teenage, like the OC, you know?
Yeah, I get that.
I don't have any interest in that. I hear, like, the Titans show on HBO Max is good, but I haven't had time to watch it.
I haven't seen Titans. I have to catch up on Doom Patrol. I'm behind.
Doom Patrol's really good, and I do like Brendan Fraser, even if he's fat, so I do want to watch it.
Fat Brendan Fraser still's got the magic.
Yeah, I love Blast from the Past, one of my favorite movies.
Also, I don't know if I don't know how big a nerd you are in general, but Alan Tudyk, actor extraordinaire, is in Doom Patrol, and he does an incredible job.
He's the only... He's the reason why that Death at a Funeral was great, and then they replaced him with Cyclops in the American version.
Boo.
Firefly, man.
Fire fucking fly.
You know what show I did watch that I wish I could find, but it's like nowhere available for streaming anywhere, is the American version of Being Human.
Oh, is that the one with Carl Urban?
No, Being Human has Sam Witwer, who was in The Mist. He was Starkiller in the Force Unleashed games.
Love that game, Force Unleashed.
Yeah.
He
was in it, and it was a woman that wasn't really recognizable, and then another. Have you ever seen Detroit Rock City?
No, but he ended up in, I think it was the CW Arrow show, I believe.
I could see that. I mean, I really liked him, but his career, like he did, well, I mean, that's not true. He did a lot of voice acting and shit.
Wasn't he in the Terminator movie? Or is that somebody else?
No, it would have been, I actually would have been okay with him being in that. He was in, there was a movie called Officer Down that was directed by Clown from Slipknot. Actually a decent movie. He was in that for a small part. So was Corey Taylor, though, so that's not saying much.
Academy Award nominee Corey Taylor.
So Titans is okay but cheesy. Alex loves the show and he swears it's not cheesy and it's adult because they curse, and everything he tells me about it I'm kind of like, that sounds cheesy. Which is, you know, okay to an extent. Like, I love a good cheesy action flick, but
You have your limits.
yeah, you know, like, and I guess maybe I'm not I'm kind of dumb when it comes to that. Like, I can watch a old cheesy Jackie Chan flick over and over, but like if I try to watch something modern, like a new Steven Seagal movie,
Ooh,
can't do it. Can't get through
it's
it.
a tall
just
order,
so
friend.
bad. Yeah, dude. And I love, like, I watch as many martial arts movies as they make, but I just don't watch Steven Seagal. I can't take it. You know, I'm gonna kick you. Why am I breathing so hard? We haven't even started fighting. Ooh. It's like he smokes 10 packs a day.
He sounds like he eats 10 packs a day. That fat fuck.
Hell yeah, he's literally just a glob of shit. Moved to Russia because, well, they're the only people who like me anymore.
Yeah, tell us some more about that Aikido you learned in Japan, you fat fuck.
Did you know I was the first white person to have a dojo? And it's like, no. Your father-in-law, a Japanese person, had a dojo. You taught there sometimes. I just find it funny how he even took credit for teaching Anderson Silva a move, the UFC fighter, and it's
Yeah,
like,
sure.
shut the fuck up.
Fuck you.
And then there was a whole video of like them asking fighters about Steven Seagal, and they're just like, oh yeah, he's loved his movies. Like, there's no positive about him actually being a martial artist. I'm sure at one point he, you know, was good at his martial art, but you're just a fat piece of shit now, buddy.
You know who did teach a UFC fighter move? Joseph Rogan taught GSP.
Was it a kick?
The rounding his spin kick.
Rogan is killer with his kicks, man.
Yeah, no, man. But it was like GSP was doing his thing at the time and wanted
I was
to learn.
there talking to Rogan, and he showed me. He showed me how to kick.
He fucking did, man. It was
He used to love GSP.
pretty fucking cool, man.
Rogan, I mean, the only real video of him ever fighting is when he was real young, when he like knocked somebody out within seconds of the start. Like, he just basically did an up kick to him, and
It's the original
he
Ezra
was
Miller.
fighting women at the young age of 8.
Oh man.
You want this chair across your forehead? One of my favorite fighters used to be Daniel Cormier, and I love that when he retired, they were like, you still jog? And he's like, hell no, I eat chicken now. I was like, good for him, he's enjoying his life.
What was it? Do you remember when H3H3 was talking all that shit about Joe Rogan?
Yeah, then the cancel mobs come from H3H3 now.
Yeah, well, that dickhead made his own fucking bed.
He had said, I think of the whole thing was he was like going kind of hard on gay people, like with jokes and shit.
He was,
and they eventually were like, we've had enough.
He was doing shit that like I might do, to be a little rascal. You know, the same way I call women broads. He was teasing gay folk about being tops and bottoms. He was kind of he was playing it up like bottoms are very effeminate and tops are very masculine. It's a very fucking like one note take, not a lot of nuance to it.
The difference is he threw himself into and utilized the left-wing cancel culture to attack other YouTubers.
There it is.
Like
that is the difference. He played up later, buddy, he played up that progressive ideology in order to get, I don't know, brownie points in his Hollywood circle.
I mean, especially when Trump was in power, he just became one of those ones of calling people Nazis and
right.
attacking people on Twitter, and he went from being a funny OG YouTuber to, I mean, he's clearly an idiot. Like, he really isn't a smart person. And that's his problem, is like things that he says, which if he were smarter, may come out as wittier, but it just sounds like he's attacking because he's not really intelligent.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, like the problem is you can't use people as a weapon and attack the same things you're gonna create content about in a negative light, and not expect them to blow up in your face.
Yeah, I listened to his podcast. I don't have anything against him personally. I mean, I listened to that podcast. I have never listened to his podcast. I was a fan of his show, on the H3 channel when it was funny. But after he started doing the podcast and he stopped making funny YouTube videos and he stopped kind of like punching people comedically, I completely lost interest.
Well, I mean, there's nothing sadder than like a podcast host or a streamer who bitches about being like, not necessarily canceled, but in his case, I'm going to say he literally went the next episode and was bitching about being canceled. Bitching about how they lost all of their sponsors because people called and emailed and tried to make a plea. And it's like, this sort of behavior you took under your wing and used to attack people, and then you went on and you thought you were fucking invincible to the community because you've used them as a weapon, and then they were not so hip on your jokes. Yeah. And then you're also kind of a piece of shit, so there's nobody really having your back because you burn bridges and you fuck people over. Like, is what it is. Nobody's gonna stick up for that guy because he's a dirtbag.
Yeah, well, the thing is, on top of all that, it just makes his quote-unquote beliefs seem that much more disingenuous.
Ethan Klein from H3.
Well, because, how are you going to say, in one sense, Trump bad, progressivism good, Jordan Peterson is evil, yada, 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 all this dumb shit, dude. Joe Rogan's all right, adjacent. Like, how are you going to, in one breath, do all that? And then after that, be like, haha, gay people gay. Haha, power bottoms.
His Jordan Peterson thing was pure virtue signaling, because it was like 2 years after he did the interview, and then he tweeted out, "Oh, I'm removing the video. I didn't realize who he was at the time." Yeah, and even like fans of his show were like, "No, but we liked that episode. Like, what are you doing?" And it was pure virtue signaling. And then it's like, once again, people in that bubble think they can do whatever they want. Yeah. When you're, if you're also within the Hollywood industry, look at the Will Smith thing is a good idea of that. Like, when you're amongst that crowd, you feel invincible. Like, you feel like, oh, I've tweeted out enough, I've earned enough good grace, I'm going to say when I can make a joke. And it's like, no, you can't. You don't understand it. Now it's not allowed. Like, you crossed a certain line to where you have to toe. If you're not willing to do that, then that's why you lost all your sponsors. But now it'll be this Republican cancel culture, and it's just going to be like, yes, the giant Republican LGBTQ community is mad at you. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Because you made a joke. Definitely not your fans who you've actively pursued from that very specific hyper progressive audience that is now taking it out on you because you said something that pissed them off.
The same fans you've manipulated to attack other people. Like, oh, can't believe they turned on me. Well, can't believe you talk stupid shit.
Yeah.
That's how they look
Meanwhile,
at it.
did you hear the news? Not news, but I guess Joe Rogan came out to elaborate on what happened in Spotify, at Spotify during his during the cancellation attempt.
Yeah.
So for those of you who don't know, we all know that a month or so ago, Joe Rogan was under fire from all of mainstream corporate news media, for left-leaning corporate news media, which is the vast majority of it.
Most of it?
For, well, he used the N-word in context, but he said it. But again, he was either quoting people or reading from, who knows, articles or whatever it was.
I mean, I imagine if you're like really a true racist, you probably found the video funny. But
Sure.
everybody else who watched it looked at it like, okay, this is a bunch of shit pieced together.
Yes. So they try to get him. They try to get him for that. They try to various musicians, Joni Mitchell, Neil Young. They left Spotify in protests in order to get Joe Rogan removed for quote unquote
free world.
For misinformation as well. They try to get him because before that they tried to get him on El Cufo, beer bug, quote unquote misinformation. They try to get him for that because he, CNN lied about him, said that he took a horse medication. There's this whole thing it seemed like about a month-long campaign by mainstream media and the press at large in order to cancel Joe Rogan, to get him off of Spotify. He was, and at the time, receiving over 11 million views per podcast, whereas CNN has wet dreams that they could get those kinds of numbers on anything on their network, which they can't, which was brought to light this very week. CNN Plus, a platform that was launched recently by the company, was considered an abject failure because they spent hundreds of millions of dollars to launch this platform, only to achieve 10,000 subscribers. Alternatively, during the cancellation of Joe Rogan, his subscribership went up by 2 million. So he won. Is basically what happened.
Well, like I said, you would also have to imagine that his contract states basically like, if I'm out of here for any fucking reason before my contract's up, you pay me out.
You're paying me out.
Like I'd imagine if he leaves, if they like released him tomorrow, his ass would be. There'd be an agreement how he's going to get his whatever hundreds of millions it equates to be.
Yeah, no, listen, he's crushing it, man. But then we realized, so that's why Spotify didn't say shit.
Also, like, that's a huge business thing for them. What are they going to do?
Yeah, no, they spent however many hundreds of millions on the dude. Are they just going to turn? And then during all this, he's
making bank.
Imagine you were seeing the numbers at Spotify HQ. This whole thing is going on, and you're like, all right, well, what are you going to do? It's like, well, check this out. And like some fucking statistician shows the fucking numbers in your face, and it's just his subscribers going through the roof at Spotify.
Have you ever? I'm assuming because you're a Stern fan, you've seen Private Parts.
Of course, Paul Giamatti.
It's when they're like,
pig
vomit on the phone. Pig vomit, are you there? Like when he is about to be fired, and they're losing all the sponsors, and they're like, he's up 2 points.
Yeah.
And he tells them like, I'll guarantee you another 2 points. You let me do what the fuck I want. Like, and that's it. He's kind of in like Howard Stern in that regard.
Yes. In many ways,
it's like he's got so much backing from sheer dollars and cents that it's like doesn't make any sense to drop this guy.
In many ways, Rogan has become the new Stern. Not exactly 1-to-1, but he's kind of become, the person that people have rallied behind. KG says, good.
I do like Rogan. For a bit there, he had a bit of a, if the guest doesn't agree, I'm going to kind of sway towards their opinion. Like, he did kind of play that role a little bit for a while, and, not a big fan of that, but I do like Rogan.
Yeah, the problem with Rogan is he has on people that are much more smarter and knowledgeable than he is, and he tries to engage with them as best he can. But at the end of the day, many times he speaks with experts in fields that can talk and run circles around him intellectually.
I mean, how are you supposed to keep up with somebody like Jordan Peterson, though?
Right. Like, some of these people are academics and they are highly intelligent, or at the very least know their way around a conversation and can literally wield and manipulate words at their whim. And Joe Rogan, he's a nice guy of average intelligence, but he's kind of a Joe Schmo, man. He's not the guy that you're gonna be able to go get. He's not the guy who's gonna stand toe to toe with heavyweight intellectuals to argue the counterpoint. He just isn't.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue
cage fighting
that would
commentator.
depend. That would depend on what it is, though. I think if you talk to him about things like he's passionate in, like hunting,
sure,
weed,
yes, those things
UFC,
absolutely.
like he'll. But when you're talking genetics,
Right.
and, you know, physics, he's a
physics or
backseat.
epigenetics or God knows what else. He could try to, he could try to spar with you, but
He's not gonna win.
it's like Mike Tyson sparring with Ezra Miller without his chair.
Oh man, Ezra Miller gonna win every time. He's got that sass
With the chair.
with the chair. That would be. I want Celebrity Deathmatch back so badly for these things nowadays. Ezra Miller. Celebrity boxing.
I just appreciate that he lets his guests talk, says KG.
Oh, why does KG sound like that?
I wish I could do a good I wish I could do a Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh, that is one I just. Besides going Affleck, there is. I have no. Everybody can do that.
My voice cannot do that.
Yeah,
I wish
he was
it could.
one of a kind. If I could do Iago well, I'd be making money.
KG.
KG says, I do not talk like that.
I do not sound like that, Mike.
KG sounds like Krusty the Clown. That's what I'm hearing. I swear to God. You are doing a Krusty the Clown.
KG does sound like Krusty the Clown.
I've talked to her. I've never heard that out of her, but
KG the Ku Klux Klan. No.
Ku Klux Clown, get it right. You want to take the negative and put a positive spin on it.
KG loves all her Browns. All of them. She would never.
What does that even mean?
I see how it is, this KG. Where's Nikki Chan and the other ones? Where are they at?
Oh, this is way past her bedtime.
Oh, right. Oh my God, fuck, that's right. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning.
It's almost 3 your time.
Shiza. Oh well.
I like your spin on that. Shiza. Like a surfing term now. Shiza, bro.
It's a great word, man. The Germans, they nail it. Not always. Not when some of those damn German words for the simplest things.
like love.
It's like a sentence long for a single word.
They really were the one part of this globe that was bred for anger and war. I mean, you have Russia as well, which is,
Yeah, right. When are those two going to go head to head again?
I mean, considering we crippled Germany's military and
No, probably, yeah, right.
still have military bases there, it'll be us going against them anyways.
Balls.
Germany's over here like, not us, we're not doing nothing. Mr. Putin's very angry. Not Germany. Germany's happy. Germany has disco raves. Crazy Germans in the discoteca.
Those crazy Germans are at it again.
I just like out of Germany from fucking before the Berlin Wall, you get bands like Rammstein.
Sure.
And if you ever listen to interviews, they all sound pretty like proper.
Oh.
Like the way they talk is like proper English, where it's like, no, we were on the east, we were in East Berlin, and they explain basically the joke of like East Berlin was the tough and West Berlin was the sissies, and they were all in like punk bands and shit. But nowadays, you'd have to imagine Germany's just kind of sitting quiet, like, please do not bring us into anything. We're happy.
Not again. We can't do it
not
again.
We are not starting nothing. It's like the bully that got his ass beat, and now he's just like, can I just eat my sandwich in peace? I just want to eat my lunch.
All right, fuck me, man. It's been almost 5 hours. It is 3 a.m. in the morning near. I am taking off, friends. I'll be back tomorrow at a more reasonable time. I will be back, chair in hand. Nerd, what are you doing tomorrow? What's your schedule like?
I'm going from like 11 to 3 or so for some Warzone, and then
Ooh. Which is
I'm
what,
free
12
after
to
that.
4 my time?
12 to 4 your time, yeah.
Alrighty.
And then the rest of the week, Wednesdays morning and afternoon with Nikki. And
Afternoons
I'm doing a
with
new
Nikki.
thing.
What are you doing?
Yeah, that's what we should call it. I'm flipping my schedule because she's doing less streams. So I'm going like Thursdays, I'll be joining Earthbound for Arma at around 1:30, 2 o'clock. And then Fridays, I'm doing Red Dead Redemption. At, we're doing
2 or 1?
2.
Yeah, dude.
We're doing basically like, we're going to go from like 3 to 7, 4 to 8, that schedule. You know, trying to get people when they're coming home.
Red Dead is a fucking masterpiece.
I do feel bad because like literally the first 3 hours of that game is all build up.
Right.
And like after the end of, and the first day I did it was last Friday, and at the end of the stream I was like, the stream will be quicker, there will be more action and shit. It's just this is Red Dead 2 because we're doing the campaign from the beginning.
Dude, I teared up rewatching a Red Dead clip the other day. Did you ever see the instance where he talks to that sister?
His sister?
No, it's a nun that he speaks to. It is a heart-to-heart.
Oh, yeah, because you do those missions with that priest.
Yeah.
I'm a bad man, sister.
Yes. Yeah, he has another conversation with her. And he's like, but I don't believe in nothing. And she's like, oftentimes neither do I. And she's like, well, what you should do is take a gamble on love and perform a loving act. He's like, well, to be honest, sister, I'm afraid. And like his face like breaks, like the facade, the Arthur Morgan badass facade cracks for a second.
Yeah, he gets that like, I'm afraid, that like quake in his voice.
Yes, he does. He says that. And she's like, there's nothing to be afraid of, Arthur. It was just like this like really fucking sweet, man. It made me like really emotional for the character.
KG said I should have killed more people. She was talking about randoms, by the way. Did you beat it?
I never beat it. After, spoiler alert, after Arthur's passing, I just stopped playing, dude. I stopped playing.
So you got that part is hard because like, not only do you end his journey, but like your horse goes first, and you got that whole scene.
Oh yeah.
Of like, I'm goodbye horse, you know, and then it's like, even the good ending is incredibly sad for him.
Yeah. No. The good ending is where he sees the sunset, right?
Yeah, where you kind of like die off into the yeah. I do have to say, as a fan of the Red Dead franchise, the last, I think it's about 10 hours you play with John are pretty okay. They're typical, but they're pretty okay.
Okay.
Because it's basically like you start off as John the rancher.
Yes.
And then of course trouble comes a brewing at some point.
How could it not?
Yeah, so I don't know where we're playing it now. We're probably looking at like 15 streams of it because it's so fucking long.
Dope.
So my Fridays are set from then on. But yeah, so tomorrow's Warzone because why not? Fuck it. I will be playing things like Hell Let Loose and Hunt the Showdown and stuff on it soon. Hopefully
Get it, baby.
Also, the House of the Dead remake is hitting PC and consoles, not just Switch. And I was able to get my hands on a key for the Rambo railgun shooter. That's kind of awful, but I'm gonna do a railgun shooter day.
Dude, man, you're mixing it up, man.
Yeah, variety.
Dude, do you take your clips and repost them on like TikTok, Instagram, YouTube?
I need to. I don't do it enough. In fact, that's one area that I need to get better at. Dude, it's just a time management issue.
Dude, I'm telling you.
But that's one of the reasons if I stream Mondays, it'll be evening streams. Thursdays are later in the afternoon. Fridays are evenings. So like I'm giving myself some time in the morning to actually edit these things.
Yeah.
The first project that I'm working on now is redoing my channel trailer.
Okay, for sure. That could be a big one. Once you you get that done, man. I can't stress enough the importance of getting your stuff out there well beyond the confines of the Twitch platform.
What do you think is the best to go to at this point with clips?
Depends on what the clip
Instagram,
is.
TikTok. I've got a bunch. I mean, even now I've got everything from me saying if I paid money for a Tesla, I would definitely fuck in it, to funny gameplay shit.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know the exact niche you are going for, so I can tell you the niche that I'm going for is artists. This is specifically on Instagram, TikTok, and this YouTube channel is a little bit mixed because I live stream and I post short videos. But what I found to be helpful with what I do, the person I've chosen to pursue, Matt, see if you could do this later tonight or tomorrow. Try to envision the person who build the man or woman or theys thems that you're pursuing as an audience. For me, it was me maybe 8 years ago, who wanted to start doing illustration seriously, but didn't quite know where to begin. And I had a lot of stuff I had to catch up on. A lot of things I need to learn. I'm talking about like as far as art is concerned. And I needed I had to discover a lot of new equipment. So that guy, this is very general, but really you kind of want to pinpoint exactly what age group. So like 18 to 35, male, female, what do they love? What do their mornings look like? The whole shebang.
My target audience really is people who watch a streamer for the streamer and not the game. Like, not that I don't play popular shit, but the idea being the fact that I'm personable and I try to be funny on the stream. Like, I guess the people I'm targeting are the people that appreciate somebody who's funny and it's not just about gameplay and it's not just staring at a screen.
Yes. Well, all right. So you bring a lot of personality to it. So you're looking for gamers who like a little bit more commentary. Man, I'll be honest, man. That is a tough crowd.
Yeah.
Because it's so very. So, like, for example, if you were a Red Dead streamer, obviously, I would say, find your best Red Dead content. Come at it from a place of perhaps education or comedy, specifically, and then put those up and then see how they do in video form.
That's it. I'm just gonna unload a bunch of clips to TikTok tonight.
Yeah, but the other thing I would do is, what's helped me out, find people that are doing find people in your field, specifically in your niche exactly, who are targeting the people that you are targeting, and see what they're doing, and don't directly copy them, but see what they're doing and why they're doing it. Find at least a handful of creators who are further along than you in their journey that you can aspire to. There's like a bunch of artists who I follow on YouTube, and like a bunch of YouTube creators that I follow that don't do exactly what I do, but they're kind of like, I can kind of see the path now that they walk down, so I know what it looks like for me.
I mean, the problem is it's like, ideally, if I had a crew to work with of any kind, I would be one of these TikTokers out there filming videos and these Instagram videos, or I have stuff on YouTube, but I would have more. But when you're an army of one, it's a little hard.
No, dude, it's near impossible, man. So for example, I'm going to end this stream. I'm now immediately going to start editing a video, and it's going to take me at least an hour plus to whittle it down to make a TikTok that I'm probably going to post somewhere around 5 o'clock in the morning, maybe sooner, before I can hit the hay, and then wake up tomorrow and start cracking again. It's not easy. And that's, again, after I edit it down, after I assemble a video, after I export it and yada, 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 get it on my phone, and when I posting it on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube all require different work. I had to teach
And
myself to do all
three
this.
separate uploads.
3 separate uploads, the different groups
Which
of
is a huge time
hashtags.
waster.
Different groups of hashtags. An Instagram short doesn't upload. A YouTube short doesn't upload the same way as an Instagram reel. My audiences are varied, and it's fucking tiring. But but one of my YouTube shorts last month or the month before hit almost 500,000 views. Now, did I get anything from that? I got a couple thousand subscribers. Now, would that turn into anything in the long run? Not necessarily, but it did show me that, and getting like over 10k views on a couple of my shorts on TikTok also showed me that, if nothing else, there is a market for what I'm doing, which you know, how do I break this down? As far as like where the rubber meets the road, there isn't much from that. Like having like a short hit 500,000. I wasn't rich. I barely made a couple bucks off the entire fucking video. But that's not the point. The point is that the content that I'm creating, people can be engaged with, and I could fucking, like, I know what I'm doing is good enough to earn eyes. So yeah, man, start putting your content out there, because the only way you'll get more Twitch viewers is without doing that is by networking and like befriending creators who are much larger than you. But you can't bank on that. Like that helps.
No.
It helps to network, and it helps if people raid you that are much bigger than you. But the best way is to use social media platforms that do have discoverability, and I mean discoverability from nothing, where you could start off with 0 audience and grow to thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, ideally, followers. And you can do this, although it's very hard, but it's possible with good content on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and I mean, I don't know, Twitter, maybe Twitter, I don't know. Twitter's the one platform that I don't really use. But the other 3, absolutely. I mean, I took a gamble. And I don't know if it's going to pay off. I have 148 Instagram followers. I've been posting on Instagram for 2 weeks now.
I've been seeing you posting on Twitter too more.
I've been posting on Twitter. I post pictures on Twitter, but I started posting on Instagram April 16th. So it's been all right. It's been a week and a half. I'm at 148 followers. I was at 20,000 when I left. So this is a shot in the dark. I don't know if it's gonna work. I don't know if I'll ever get that many followers again, for sure. But I've got a feeling I will if I keep it up. It's just a gut feeling. I started my TikTok and I started my TikTok and I had 0 followers on TikTok, and I didn't tell any of my pre-existing followers on any social media platform that I was starting a TikTok, because I wanted to see if I could do it on my own without interacting with anyone. And I grew that from 0 followers to 4,000 followers, which isn't a lot, but it's not nothing. So
do you think posting to TikTok and Instagram, which is what I'm going to attack tonight, should I edit out foul language or no?
I would take it easy, maybe bleep it, or put a duck. I don't know. Again, it depends on how much editing you want to do. I don't know what that's going to look like for you time wise. But like I said, first thing I would do if I were you, find the content creators that you admire most that are doing what you're doing, or at least like close to what you're doing, that you at least have a loose model for success for someone who does something like what you're doing.
Gotcha.
Because it's much easier to see someone else's blueprint and see that, oh fuck, that's how they did this, and then do it yourself, but with your own style, right? Like, oh, okay, I see what they did, I can improve on that, or this wouldn't work for me, what I'm trying to do, but perhaps this will. Seeing that, because because at least, at the very least, you know, if you see somebody who's doing what you're doing and they're successful at it, at the very least you say, oh fuck, there's money in this. There's community in this. People like this thing. And I know this because, oh, look at this person. Yeah. All right, good chat. Good chat, buddy.
Agreed. You have yourself a good evening. What's that?
What are you laughing about, you animal?
Everything and anything I can.
Me
I'm
too.
putting together a link.
Yes, Linktree. Yes, get your links out there, man. I have faith in you, Matt. Matt, you're solid.
Redesigning our stickers to have QR codes.
You are a solid content creator, man. You got the gift of gab. You've got the benefit of having a abusive childhood, which is giving you the gift of humor.
Yuma.
So yes, rather than being a bitter social justice warrior, keyboard warrior on Twitter, you've turned that frown upside down. And yeah, man, I think with a little elbow grease and a little well-timed internet marketing, I can't see why you can't just blow the fuck up, man.
Yeah, put it all together now. I'm redesigning stickers to have a QR code on them so they can, like, because I've been slapping them all over fucking gas stations and all sorts of shit.
Love it.
Redoing the Twitch channel trailer, redoing the YouTube a bit. The goal is to try to get more and more shit on YouTube. We started releasing the Rescue Me review show episodes.
Fuck yeah.
So those are fun. So yeah, so the goal is more and more. Just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, get your content. The more content you can get off of Twitch, not completely off of Twitch, but like that you could utilize from Twitch, the better.
Well, that's the nice thing about doing the podcast live too, is I can always pull clips from that.
Yes. Twitch has no discoverability. That's its biggest problem. Whereas like anybody, dude, you put something on YouTube, somebody could find that clip that you put on YouTube fucking 4 years from now, 5 years from now, 20 years from now.
Do you think it's worth uploading the streams to YouTube after I've streamed them on Twitch? I don't know if it really is.
I'm gonna be honest, jury's out on that. Just personally, I like my VODs being on YouTube. There's more discoverability, but it's a double-edged sword because for the most part, people aren't going to watch your stream unless they are already familiar with your content. Streams are different.
And YouTube will flag your shit that Twitch didn't.
Yes, well, they flag for different things. But YouTube has to be, but YouTube is more strict, certain words. Certain words, like there are very specific words that I dance around. That YouTube is very, very harsh on, but there are things that YouTube isn't very harsh on. For example, nudity in drawing is permissive on Twitch, on YouTube, so long as that is like artistic and educational. I could draw the anatomy of bodies non-sexually and not get in trouble. On Twitch, I would get immediately banned. So it's helpful to know what both platforms are up to.
Well, see, I'm not worried about like language even. I'm just worried about like if there's music in a game.
Oh yeah. YouTube might take that. See, that's the thing. YouTube might take that down. It's pretty dicey. YouTube. So you have to be very careful about that. And I would say live streams do much worse on YouTube because they don't have the search feed for it compared to regular ass videos. So what would be best for YouTube? Ideally, regular ass videos. But that's.
Yeah, I mean, I could do that. It would just be a lot of taking, like, my idea essentially would be if I'm going to do that, I take footage from the weeks full of streams and I do a weekly edit of like parts of the stream and then put it out there.
That's right. Break it down, baby. Okay. All right.
Maybe I will. Thank you.
I'm taking off for reals this time.
You have a good evening, good sir.
You too, buddy. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Enjoy your stream.
Yeah, I'll be around.